Shall we pray? Almighty and eternal God, who through Jesus Christ has revealed your glory to all nations, please protect and preserve Belize, our beloved country. God of might, wisdom, and justice, please assist our Belizean government and people with your Holy Spirit of counsel and fortitude. Let the light of your divine wisdom direct their plans and endeavors so that with your help we may attain our just objectives. With your guidance, may all our endeavors tend to peace, social justice, liberty, national happiness, the increase of industry, sobriety, and useful knowledge. We pray, O God of mercy, for all of us, that we may be blessed in the knowledge and sanctified in the observance of your most holy law, that we may be preserved in union and in that peace which the world itself cannot give. And after enjoying the blessings of this life, please admit us, dear Lord, to that eternal reward that you have prepared for those who love you. Amen.
Oath of allegiance of a new senator.
Clerk, kindly administer the oath of allegiance to the new senator.
I, Veronica Camara, do swear that I will bear truth, faith, and allegiance to Belize and will uphold the Constitution and the law, and that I will conscientiously, impartially, and to the best of my ability discharge my duties as Senator and do right to all manner of people without fear or favor, affection, or will. So help me God.
Congratulations to you and welcome, Senator Veronica Camara.
Announcement by the President.
Honorable members, by letter dated 24th August 2022, Cabinet's recommendation has been signified to the following. 1. Belize International Services Limited Settlement Bill 2022. 2. General Revenue Supplementary Appropriation Number 2, 2022/2023 Bill 2022. 3. General Revenue Supplementary Appropriation Number 3, 2022/2023 Bill 2022. And 4. Resolution approving statutory instruments formally signed into law and published in the Gazette to give effect to the conservation commitment specified in Clause 1, Milestone 1, and Clause 2, Milestone 2 of Exhibit A of the Conservation Agreement Motion 2022.
Bills brought from the House of Representatives.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning. First of all, allow me to congratulate Senator Veronica Camara on her appointment as a temporary senator today. Madam President, I wish the record of the Senate to reflect that Senator the Honorable Michael Perrefit is in the country. Madam President, I also wish to welcome you back. You have been representing the Senate abroad in Canada during the last week. I'm sure that you made us proud. Welcome
Thank
back.
you.
Madam President, I rise to take charge of the following bills. Belize International Services Limited Settlement Bill 2022, General Revenue Supplementary Appropriation Number 2, 2022/2023, Bill 2022, General Revenue Supplementary Appropriation Number 3, 2022/2023, Bill 2022, Trademarks Amendment Bill 2022, Hotels and Tours Accommodation Amendment Bill 2022, Accommodation Tax Remission of Arrears Bill 2022, and Digital Government Bill 2022. Madam President, in accordance with Standing Order 49-1, I move that the bills be taken through all their stages forthwith.
Honorable members, the question is that the bills be taken through all their stages forthwith. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Papers.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to lay on the table sessional papers 30/1/14, supplementary appropriation number 2 scheduled for fiscal year 2022-23, and 31/1/14 supplementary appropriation number 3 scheduled for fiscal year 2022-2023.
Honorable members, those papers are ordered to lie on the table.
Motion relating to the business or sitting of the Senate.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that at its rising today, the Senate adjourn to a date to be fixed by the President.
Honorable members, the question is that at its rising today, the Senate adjourn to a date to be fixed by the President. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Public business, government business, motions.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that whereas Section 109(2) of the Belize Constitution provides that if after the 15th of January 2002, the office of the Auditor General is vacant, or if the holder of that office is for any reason unable to exercise the functions of his office, the Governor General, acting on the recommendation of both houses of the National Assembly containing resolutions passed in that behalf, may appoint a person to act as Auditor General. And whereas the office of the Auditor General has been vacant since the 7th of December 2021, now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable Senate recommends Mrs. Dorothy Bradley be appointed to act as Auditor General for a period of 2 years with effect from the 1st of September 2022.
I recognize Senator Beverly Williams.
Madam President, good morning. Madam President, a couple months ago, I stood here and recited the oath and pledged to do my best in executing my duties without fear or favor. During my 35 years as a public officer, I've always tried to do my utmost best to ensure that I'm very fair and FEAR, but also while maintaining being very fair, FAIR. During my tenure as Commissioner of Sales Tax, I had the opportunity to work with Mrs. Bradley in her then substantive post as Assistant Commissioner of Sales Tax. I will say no more on that matter. Madam President, I know the feeling that goes with the saying, heavy is the head that wears the crown. That is why FAIR, FEAR, and FAIR, FAIR, have always been the tenets on which I've executed my duties. No public officer, Madam Speaker, wrote to the Ministry of the Public Service on my performance during my tenure, 35 years in the public service, nor to the Commission, Madam President. No public officer complained about not getting their subsistence, about not being allowed their allowances where they think or it was prescribed that they were entitled to those allowances. But Madam President, this is not about me. It is about the staff of the audit department. Staff who are in FAIR. So much so that they wrote to the Ministry of the Public Service last week, about 9 of them, expressing their fear based on the experiences they had under Mrs. Bradley's tenure as Auditor General. I will draw a simple analogy, and I go to my go-to person, who is my mother, who was a teacher for many, many, many years in the public school system. 94 years and going strong, standing strong right now. And she always said to us, if you teach a lesson, children of 20 in a class, you give a test, and 15 of them fail, you need to go and teach the lesson again. That meant that you, as the teacher, fail. Madam President, we cannot fail the staff at the audit department. It cannot be that everybody is wrong and one person is right. I know we speak a lot about succession planning and the fact that we cannot find a replacement. But what about the staff, their welfare, their mental health? They are afraid. So, Madam President, I say, wheel and come again. What is happening right now at the audit department that makes this so urgent? Madam President, I cannot support that motion at this time.
I recognize Senator Colette Montejo.
Madam President, Ms. Dorothy Bradley, the United States Department of State awarded her the anti-corruption, or made her an anti-corruption champion. Now that speaks volumes. That speaks volumes. As a matter of fact, it was under her leadership, Madam President, that many corrupt practices were unveiled. She did her job without fear or favor. Auditors generally are not liked, especially when it comes to auditing public service. They're not liked, but she's not there to be trouble to anybody there. She's there to get a job done. If we recall, she was the one that highlighted the many corrupt practices and irregularities in the immigration department. In the immigration department, I didn't refer to the administration. As a matter of fact, it was because of the work that she did and her department that a sitting minister was removed from cabinet. A commission of inquiry was held by this very Senate, and we are still waiting for that report, Madam President. We are still awaiting that report. We are still awaiting that report. Madam President, I hope we can make amendments to the standing order that when the Senate conducts a commission of inquiry, that there is a timeline set for a report to be given. But again, thanks to Ms. Dorothy Bradley. It's quite interesting, Madam President, that, in fact, I'll leave that for later. Our Prime Minister said it well when he said the check and balance is needed. The Office of the Auditor General is a vital and very important office. We have many municipalities across this country that needs to be audited. March of last year, many of our town councils took over and the books were in a mess. Those books need to be audited. Social Security unpaid, PAYE unpaid, workers unpaid. These things need to be audited. We need to know, the country, the nation needs to know exactly what happened during those years of UDP administration in those town councils. UDP administration in those town councils. I'll go further, Madam President. We need Ms. Bradley back for another reason. Many projects under so-called Petro-Carib, and I can name stadium from Orange, from PG up. The prices were ridiculously high. Those things need to be audited. There's a lot of work to do, and the need for an Auditor General is urgent.
I kindly ask that we be reminded of Section 40 for senators to maintain silence while another senator is speaking and shall not interrupt.
Thank you, Madam President. So, in essence, Madam President, there are quite a bit of years left under the previous UDP administration that needs to be audited. And under this current administration, we have no problem with audits being conducted in every single ministry because the oversight is needed, and therefore, I, for one, gladly support this motion.
I recognize Senator Bishop Alvin Begushe.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I wish to convey my congratulations to Senator Veronica as she takes her place in the Senate this morning, and trust that your contribution certainly will be one and that contributes not only to the sitting this morning, but to nation building itself. Congratulations as you join us this morning. Madam President, I wish to make my contribution to this debate this morning and recognize that as I do so, I, Madam President, would have received several emails from different sectors concerning the reappointment of Dorothy Bradley. And as I stand here, I want to assure those who would have sent their emails and concerns to me as a senator and expect that I would be raising some concerns this morning. I want them to hear me and to be mindful of the fact that as I stand here this morning is to do just that, raise some of the concerns. And Madam President, I raise these concerns also in light of the individual who have been asked to take up the appointment for the next 2 years. And while there are many questions perhaps that I would like to ask, it would have been incumbent on me to perhaps do some further research on this. But be it as it may, I would like to make some contributions this morning. To say that as I received these emails and information, they were for and against. But I must admit that as we sit here and will have to make a decision, both personal and as it involves the Senate, I must say that in light of the fact that Dorothy Bradley has been asked to take up the post for an additional 2 years, we see the numerous accolades and ways in which she has served her country, both at home and abroad. I'm also aware of the fact that the good sister is an outstanding layperson in one of our churches, and so she also gives at that level a well-rounded individual. One of my concerns, however, would involve those who have raised concern, as has been raised this morning, concerning her tenure. And while I must admit that those who have shared with me have raised some personal concerns as to perhaps why they would not support the appointment, I thought long and hard and did some consultation as to perhaps why I can stand here and is able to support what is before us. While there is the concern about perhaps what was done in her tenure insofar as some persons were concerned, I can also say that I must admit that I was also told that here is a principled person who has served her nation well and has done everything insofar as principle is concerned. Now, that might be hard for some people to swallow, but I can only speak from that perspective. And so the question must be asked, why is this person being asked to take up the task for an additional 2 years? And why am I being asked to support such a tenure? As I said, while there might be those who, for one reason or the other, might have been concerned about perhaps some individual actions that were taken, I must look at the larger and bigger picture. How did the person conduct the work that was set before her? What was she able to achieve during that time? Perhaps given the tools she was asked to work with. And these are some of the things that I have taken into consideration as I make a decision. But Madam President, if, as I'm hearing also from some sector, that the person did the work in a principled way, and as much as there might have been those who, for one reason or the other, would have been affected because of the way in which she carried out her work, in the end, I must be assured that it was with dignity, with respect, and more so to the benefit of the nation. And if I stand here this morning and feel that way, which I have considered it long and hard, and have done some research, having received those emails, accountability was mentioned a while ago. And I know that for us social partners, we have raised matters concerning accountability. In fact, so much so that we wrote a letter recently concerning the issue of accountability. And so I would also be concerned And I would support her appointment. And I'm willing to support her appointment here this morning based on the fact, as was mentioned, that as a country we have to continue to press for accountability at every level. And if she's a part of demonstrating that we're serious about accounting, then based on that premise, I would also support the appointment. Yes, we must be concerned about succession planning. And I think that is extremely important. It cannot be that we have to go back to a person to ask them to take up a task after his or her tenure has been completed. And yes, I would be concerned that as we go forward, that succession planning will have to kick in. But as I stand here this morning, Madam President, and as I stand in the Senate, I'm prepared to support the appointment.
I recognize Senator Erica Jang.
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning, colleagues. And I also want to echo the sentiments of welcoming Senator Veronica Camara on board this morning. As I listen to the discussions of my colleague or the presentation that they're giving, I'm also looking at the fact that Miss Dorothy Bradley, a professional to a fault, and she have always executed her task as a public servant. I believe that she's a vanguard public officer who was not afraid to protect the interests of the Belizean people. She upheld truth. She upheld honesty. She upheld accountability and transparency throughout her tenure. Senator Williams alluded to public officers being afraid. I don't believe that if you're doing your task or your job the way you're doing it, as long as you're following what you're supposed to do, there should be no fear. And why would Ms. Bradley seem as someone that is unapproachable? I believe that the fear is probably because there is something wrong that you're doing. You're more than silent, and there's a phrase that says, silence has a price for you to pay. If you're silent, you don't approach this lady, then how will you know what your wrongdoing is, or maybe what the problem is based on what task you have to do? I also want to echo the sentiments of Bishop Senator as he explained how individuals wrote of dislikes and likes about Ms. Bradley. Senator, I'm sure that all of us in this honorable house understands that when you're doing something the right way, in the capacity that you're expected to do it, you're definitely going to find likes and dislikes. And I'm sure that she's not the Accountant General who's waiting for individuals to like her, but rather to make sure that her task is done the right way. And I also applaud our Prime Minister and this government for asking her to continue for 2 years. She's not going to be there forever. Just for 2 years until we can find someone who's substantive enough to replace her. And also, I believe that this government does not fear an Accountant General who is fearless also, Auditor General, sorry, who is fearless in executing her task. This shows that this government has nothing to hide. In that case, I support this motion, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Elena Smith.
Thank you, Madam President. Hello. Thank you, Madam President. There we go. Let me as well welcome my colleague to the Senate this morning. We are happy to see another female amongst us, so that's good.
Great point, Senator.
No, I won't. No, I won't. Madam President, I rise to make our contributions to the matter before us, and I heard you, Senator. I won't speak about the females in here. Madam President, the NTUCB wishes to put on record some concerns that it has that relates to this appointment. And we are aware that there's an age limit as it relates to this position. And Section 4 speaks so that the Auditor General should vacate at the age of 60 unless the National Assembly approves otherwise. And so there's a concern whether this has been done, whether anything has been put in place, any approval has been given for Ms. Bradley to continue beyond the age of 60. We have not seen that, and so we are open to any clarifications or corrections as it relates to that matter in terms of her being able to go beyond 60. In addition to that, Madam President, we must, as we represent workers of this nation, we must share some of the concerns that the workers have shared with the NTUCB. And I know that we may say, well, there should be no worries or there should be no fear that persons should be open and willing enough to share concerns or to stand up for injustices when they see them. But that is not always as easy as it may seem. As a matter of fact, when we pay attention to what happens in our country, how many of us are fearful of standing up for what is right? And so I am sure that we have heard earlier complaints that employees would have had as it relates to the Auditor General when she was Auditor General. And these complaints have come to us. And as a matter of fact, as Senator Bengoshe said earlier, we too have received calls as it relates to this matter, where persons are concerned about the professionalism in their explanation of this person. They are also concerned with the way employees are being treated and the number of issues that have come up during the tenure of this Auditor General, when she was Auditor General. As well, Madam President, one of the larger concerns would be that of not being able to fulfill the duties as prescribed of an Auditor General. And that would be in relation to the reports that should have been submitted or the audits that should have been carried out. For example, there should be accounts of all officers and authorities of government, all courts of law, the Belize Advisory Council, every commission. All of these things should be done on a yearly basis. And the concern is, if it is that over the last years, these things have not been done, and the last audit that we would have seen, or that would have been laid on the table, if we can recall, would have been 2013,
2013, 2014. Others may have been produced but not presented. And so if we are so far behind, then how far behind will we be if we continue with this trend? And I know that I may hear, well, it's not just the Auditor General, because she has to do, as we've always heard, she works based on what is submitted and what is given to her. But we know that there are areas that the audit department can be doing, can be auditing without having to receive a report from the Accountant General, for example. And we know that we've heard complaints that when persons from this department go to other government departments to do audit, it is difficult for them to get information from these other departments. And so it seemed that the complaint would be that it's difficult to do the work because persons are not cooperating. But we are also aware that this department should be an independent one. And so if it is that we can look back and we can see all of these ways where a job that should have been done has not been done, continues to not get done, then how is it that we will account to the Belizean people in terms of government spending and all the other things that have to be looked at, if it is that we are continuing on the same road, on the same path, where we have a number of years would pass and we don't get these reports? We are aware, Madam President, of the report that was tabled not too long ago, when a few of us, myself and Senator Courtney, sat on that committee where we were looking at immigration. And so we are aware of that report. If it is that we were able to receive more of those reports that would highlight some of these issues, for example, at the Lands Department, Ministry of Health, Customs, we would have been able to say to the public, this is the state of our affairs, this is how monies are being spent. This is what is happening. Unfortunately, those reports have not been done as far as we're aware. We've not seen them. We understand that one was done on natural resources, but where is that? So again, when we see all that is happening within some of these departments, within some of these ministries, and there's no report being presented on the state of these ministries or these departments, then that is cause for concern. And if it is, the NTUCB feels that if it is that we are putting the same person to head a department that has not been properly functioning, then it means that the department will continue to not properly function. And if that is the case, then we will be right back at square one. And I don't believe that that is what we expect of this office. I don't believe that that is what the people of this nation wants from that office, because it's a very important office. Ministries, persons must be held accountable for the manner in which monies of this government are being spent. The people's money are being spent. And so with all of those concerns, Madam President, again, as it relates to report, as it relates to treatment of employees, there's also the concern that persons who work within the department, and of course the Public Service Union who represents those members, are of the view that we are not getting a person who is qualified for the position. In their view, while Ms. Bradley would have worked her way up in the system, this particular post requires someone with more qualifications in other fields. So then, Madam President, from the NTUCB, we want to say two things this morning. First, we would want to ask for a division when the time comes, when we are voting on this matter. But two, to say that the NTUCB cannot support the appointment of Ms. Bradley for another 2 years. Thank you.
recognize Senator Veronica Cambara.
Good morning, Madam President. I am sitting here and listening to all the senators. And my point, Madam President, is that the audit department is one of the most important departments for the government because it handles the finances of the nation. For me, I am always pro against women. I will never put a woman down, but then here, I am here to represent my Belizean people, and I believe that I concur with Senator Smith when she said that the reports and the work is not being done. Yes, we can see that this woman has had numerous accolades on her behalf, but when you are responsible for a department that handles millions and millions of dollars, you are accountable to the people of Belize. You are supposed to have work up to date for us to see where the monies of these countries is being spent. I understand about succession. It is very important. But I also believe that 2 years is a lot of time to get somebody trained. If we are looking at the information that we received, she has been out of office since December the 7th. Who has been doing the work of the Auditor General? Or has that work not been done? I am hoping not, right? So that means that there are people who are capable in that department to take over that post and maybe be the change that we all need. So we look every day. I am an educator by choice. And we see the amount of our young people graduating from university who deserve to get a chance. I know in my heart experience counts. But then too, how are our young people gonna get the experience if they are not gonna be able to climb the ladder of success, right? So, therefore, and for this reason alone, I do not support the appointment of Dorothy Bradley.
I recognize Senator Isabel Bennett.
Thank you, Madam President. Pleasant good morning, everyone. Welcome, Ms. Camara. Madam President, I stand firmly to support the appointment of Dorothy Ann Bradley on several counts. While we can collectively understand as leaders that leadership and managerial styles are different, that does not transcend or that does not remove the fact that as a nation, we must value a person or leader that is principled. When we can find a public officer that is very principled, simply meaning that that person will ensure that there is check and balance every step of the way, then we must applaud that individual. That principled person I see in her from what I've read over the time, and I know for certain that she has not and will not continue to abandon the rules, the check and balance, the regulations, or the mechanism for conveniences. She will continue to be principled because she knows what she stands on, and she has the background and experience that is needed by this country. I always gravitate to people that are principled because I know that their moral compass is centered. And what we will continue to need in that particular office is an individual that is principled. Now, I hear the complaint or the issues or the concern that has been presented, apparently in writing or not. I couldn't verify that, by the staff. But I will say to the staff, if that is an issue of where you're identifying issue in leadership or managerial style, then the best and most approachable thing for you to do is to approach your leader. In addition, if you're having issues or concern, my challenge to the staff would be embrace what is there in terms of this principled person. If that individual, and Senator Collett has identified that she has been named as an outstanding auditor, there are qualities about her that you should actually gravitate to, that you can actually be a mentee and be an addition to the country and be principled as she is. What stands out for me in her resume is the fact that she is a member of the United Nations Independent Audit and Advisory Committee. No wishy-washy person can be a member in that committee. As a matter of fact, when I went through the criteria for that particular Independent Audit Advisory Committee from the UN, it is so rigid so that I know for a fact that she stands on what she does. So I close my short comments to say, you know, when we have a person of principle in office, and you're working with them, embrace the opportunity and the experience that they come to share. There's so much you can learn from them.
I recognize Senator Janelle Chanono.
Good morning, and I'll join in the welcome, Senator Kamara. Not to sound like I'm stirring anything, but only to say that I think, Madam President, that when we do speak to people, I don't think it matters not what the particular gender is, but as I have mentioned before here, we are talking about persons and their qualifications and their skills and their personalities. And so I will agree to disagree with Senator Montejo in terms of any one of the female senators speaking about anyone of a particular gender out there, because I think that helps to further perceptions and cultural colloquialisms further enough. But on this point, I just want to share a few things, Madam President. I too was somewhat blindsided by these calls and this information. They even mentioned that my brother used to work at the audit department and he would be able to fill me in and all of this. And I share that because, you know, in Belize, reputation takes, as Senator Bennett has called out, years to achieve and seconds to perhaps impugn. So I certainly, for one, would like to see that, you know, given the gravity of what has been shared with us and the comments I think all of us have been exposed to, that in fairness to either confirming the reputation and the stature, or to see if in fact there is this toxicity and this certain style that's there, that's creating an environment not conducive to the work. I think that should be done, because I, for one, think that, you know, we can all agree, and I know all of us here are in some way or another overachievers, otherwise maybe we wouldn't be here. But I do think there has to be an investigation to make sure that this department, given what's already been said, a constitutional appointed Auditor General and an audit team that's well-resourced, that's galvanized to getting the important work done, that has the access and the means and the authority to make sure they get what they need to do the work that will be done, needs to be supported at every single juncture. So, and I have told this to those who have communicated with me, that I would have liked to have seen this kind of mobilization much earlier not at this point where we're here now in the Senate talking about this, because as I think has been called out, the former Attorney General vacated some time ago. And I would have wanted to see this type of mobilization at that point so that then we could have had a far more robust, if you will, discussion about multiple candidates then, as opposed to now when a name is put forward. And I confess, I have tried to secure and confirm what exactly happens when such an appointment becomes vacant. Because coming from my world, you know, there's a vacancy, you post the terms of reference and you advertise it, and you do that. In some instances, you go to headhunting, if you will, and you seek out particular persons. But I couldn't get an exact answer one way or the other. I even contacted the National Assembly to see if any of that comes through the Senate or, through the National Assembly. But in any event, the persons working in that department would have known the day that Auditor General left office and could have mobilized from then to do this. But all that to say, I wholeheartedly endorse the statement earlier that said that this department is too critical and is often pointed at when there is questions about other things. This is one of the offices that immediately gets called out. Oh, but we have a X. Oh, but we have a Auditor General. Oh, but we have a, you know, there are ways. So if we want to point to it, then we have to make sure that we're fully confident in what we're pointing to. So I underscore that this is too important an office to make sure that we do have an Auditor General, but it's not just an Auditor General in name and in face. It is a well-resourced unit that is working together as one to get the work done. And that is my concern here, because clearly there is a significant disconnect currently between the people that are working there and even this proposed nominee. And I, for one, would like to have some kind of formal something happen, review, scrutiny, investigation, to make sure one way or another either an apology is made to Mrs. Bradley, or there is some type of confirmation to say, you know what, this is not in place. But I am totally uncomfortable with the chasm that's been created between two sides on this. We cannot move forward in that light, and it does not make sense for us to proceed with something and then just say, well, you know what, we saw the writing on the wall before and we ignored it. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Kevin Herrera.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I won't get into the internal issues of the audit department, because I think that there may be, hopefully, there may be processes to address those. Some of the things that I found troubling with respect to the process is that we're here to look at a reappointment for 2 additional years for Mrs. Bradley, who had reached the retirement age, I believe, in December of last year. And there's there is the position, if you will, that a replacement was not possible during this time between December and now. I don't know what exactly, because, and like Senator Chanona mentioned, we did try to inquire about, you know, what the process is, what has been done. We really didn't get much information with regard to that at all up to this point. But I would feel that if you really put everything you can into trying to recruit somebody to replace the retiring Auditor General, then perhaps at minimum you would have looked to see an advertisement somewhere that, hey, the position is vacant, those who feel they qualify can apply. I'm not aware that that was done. I stand to be corrected, but from the inquiries we made, We really didn't get that information, Madam President. The other point I find troubling, Madam President, is the backup audits. During JPAC, we met with the Auditor General, or the Auditor General came to do a presentation to us. And so what I'm saying in here is nothing new. I've said it directly to her as well. I have a serious problem when our audits are backed up to 2013, 2014. That's like 7 years of audits backed up, and I'm talking about the substantive audits for the government. It's even more troubling when in 2005 we passed the Finance and Audit Reform Act, which specifically requires that if the Accountant General, if the Auditor General do not have the audits prepared within a specific time frame, and the total time, including extensions, could not extend more than 11 months after the close of the fiscal year. That they can't just leave it like that. They need to request permission of the National Assembly to get an extension. None of that has been done, as far as I'm aware. I asked her specifically that question when she had presented to us in JPAC. Again, I think that, at minimum, that type of thing would have been expected. We spent a lot of time, point by point, paragraph by paragraph, in the Finance and Audit Reform Act, because it's not the first time that this has not just happened with respect to the delayed audits. This has been happening for decades, and it's not getting better. No, I am fully aware, and I don't want to be unfair to Mrs. Bradley at all. She doesn't have all the support she needs to bring all those audits up to where we are, and decisions will also have to be made in terms of how those are carried out. So it's not only the Auditor General we're talking about with respect to bringing those audits up to date, but there also has to be a relook at that department in terms of bringing in additional resources. But we have to hold the Auditor General to account in terms of bringing them up to date. And if that is not possible, perhaps she should ask for an audience with members of the National Assembly, with JPAC, whoever those are. But you cannot take that on your own and just leave it there. I mean, it's required that audits are completed on a yearly basis. If there's one thing I hope to have a little influence in my time at JPAC, it's this: we really need those audits up to date. And I'm hoping that that would change. And so, Madam President, I see all of that to say again that this issue is very troubling for me, simply because critically we need someone in there. But at the same time, I'm not sure if we did everything we could have to try to get a replacement for Mrs. Bradley. And so hopefully we could get some clarification on that, but that part of it, I really have an issue with. Thank you, Madam President.
Madam President, I rise to close the debate on this important issue, and I start by acknowledging the interventions by all the senators. First of all, Your Honor, Madam President, it is important, and I think a number of senators have alluded to this, it is important that we not have this debate resolve into a matter of character assassination and to be unfair to the candidate. She's not here. She can't defend herself. We hear of letters which we don't see. We hear of emails which we don't see. So there may be criticisms, there may be legitimate criticisms, but there has to be a process and a proper place for that type of matter to be dealt with. In fact, the Constitution provides for resolving that type of issue in Section 109 of the Constitution. If there is a complaint against the Auditor General, then there's a process that has to be undertaken. Complaints are to be made, formally made, and she's given an opportunity to respond. Today, in the Senate, on this resolution, this is not the time or place for that to be resolved. We don't have the evidence before us to have the matter resolved. So it will be my position, Madam President, that we have to give the benefit of the doubt to Mrs. Bradley. My second point on this issue is, as has been alluded to by senators, there has been some time since she demitted office. There has been some time since the supposedly difficulties existed in the audit department. This last-minute attempt to raise issues on the debate really is a bit unbecoming of the Senate. Had that been a genuine issue, different approach could have been taken. We could have been informed and we could have had a committee meeting to deal with that issue. None of that was done. The fact of the matter is this, Madam President, and Senator Kamara, I think you touched on something unwittingly, which came to me by surprise. The Finance and Audit Reform Act is worded in very specific language. Very specific language. Audits can only be initiated by an Auditor General. And therefore, once she demitted office, no new audit, no new investigation can be initiated. How did I find this out? There are 2 embassies under the Ministry of Foreign Affairs where we have credible evidence of financial impropriety. The audit department was brought in and we said we need an urgent investigation. And that is when it was brought to our attention, at least to my attention, that when you look at the Finance and Audit Reform Act, no new audit can be initiated. So Senator Kamara, who pointed to the fact that work needs to be done, who pointed to the fact that there needs to be someone in the office, you're quite right. This is a unique situation where the Finance and Audit Reform Act requires an Auditor General to be in place for audits to be initiated. I'm sure there are probably audits that are required in other offices and places, and we need an Auditor General to be in place. Now, I am sure that listening to everyone, there are concerns about this particular candidate, and as I said, we can't resolve that here today. I would like to ask the senators and Senator Smith and others who have raised the issue, surely we on this side are concerned about the question of succession planning. This is not a situation that we are happy to be in. The process of advertising the office, the process of advertising for new candidates to come forward. I am not familiar with the audit department. There may be very competent people there who can take over the post. I just don't know, or there may be other people in other parts of the public service, or if not, outside. That is something that I believe needs to be dealt with. The concerns about the manner in which Dorothy Bradley manages the office needs to be dealt with, and there's a process for it to be dealt with. But I would appeal to senators to support the appointment, if only because, as has been identified by everyone who has taken the floor, it is absolutely critical that the public accounts of this country be audited under both government. It does not matter who is in government. We need those accounts audited, and for that to be done, we need an Auditor General to be appointed.
Honorable members, a question has been posed. So be it resolved that this Honorable Senate recommend, as is the resolution, the appointment of a person to act as Auditor General, Dorothy Bradley. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. This is the point in which you ask for the division after it has been posed.
So I request a division, Madam President, please. Thank you.
Clerk?
A division has been called on the appointment of a person to act as Auditor General. That motion. Senator Eamon Courtney. Aye. Senator Colette Montejo.
Aye.
Senator Isabel Bennett.
Aye.
Senator Christopher Koyi.
Aye.
Senator Erica Jang.
Aye.
Senator Bevin Tonkal.
Aye.
Senator Beverly Williams. Senator Veronica Camara. Senator Anthony Herrera. Senator Kevin Herrera. Senator Bishop Alvin Bengushe. Senator Elena Smith. Senator Janelle Chanuna.
The vote, 9 yes to the recommendation on the appointment, 4 no, the ayes have it. The matter is now referred to the Constitutional and Foreign Affairs Committee. I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that whereas Belize entered into a conservation funding agreement with Belize Blue Investment Company, LLC, a Delaware limited liability company on the 4th November 2021, and whereas Article 2.1 of the conservation funding agreement requires Belize, the government of Belize, and each of its agencies to comply with the conservation commitments specified in Exhibit A of the conservation funding agreement, and whereas Clause 1, Milestone 1 of Exhibit A of the conservation agreement provides that no later than 6 months after signing the agreement, the National Assembly shall approve and the government shall formally sign into law and gazette the commitment made by the government on 2nd April 2019 to expand high protection for biodiversity zones to 11.6% of Belize's ocean. And whereas Clause 2, Milestone 2 of the Exhibit A of the Conservation Agreement provides that no later than 6 months after signing the agreement, the National Assembly shall approve and the government shall formally sign into law and gazette the designation of all remaining public lands within the Belize Barrier Reef Reserve System as strict mangrove reserves as outlined in Decision 43,7B.21, which law shall include a permanent ban on the sale of public lands within the Belize Barrier Reef Reserve System. And whereas to give effect to the conservation commitments under Clause 1, Milestone 1, and Clause 2, Milestone 2 of Exhibit A of the Conservation Commitment, Belize published in the Gazette and formally signed into law the following statutory instruments on the 21st day of April 2022. A. Fisheries Resources High Protection for Biodiversity Marine Reserves Order 2022, SI 69 of 2022. Fisheries Saltwater Key Marine Reserve Amendment Order 2022, SI number 70 of 2022. Fisheries Turnef Atoll Marine Reserve Amendment Order 2022, SI 71 of 2022. Forest Saltwater Key Forest Reserve, Sapodilla Keys Forest Reserve, and Bacalao Chico Forest Reserves Order 2022, SI 72 of 2022. Fisheries Resources High Protection for Biodiversity Marine Reserves Regulations 2022, SI 73 of 2022. Fisheries Saltwater Key Marine Reserve Amendment Regulations 2022, SI 74 of 2022. And Fisheries Turnef Atoll Marine Reserve Amendment Regulations 2022, Statutory Instrument 75 of 2022. And whereas for the purposes of the National Assembly confirmatory approval by letters dated 28 April 2022, Belize Investment LLC granted a 6-month waiver of compliance with Milestone 1 of Exhibit A of the Conservation Agreement and Milestone 2 of Exhibit A of the Conservation Agreement as set out above. Now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable Senate approves statutory instruments published in the Gazette and formally signed into law on the 21st April 2022 to give effect to the conservation commitments specified in Clause 1, Milestone 1, Clause 2, Milestone 2 of Exhibit A of the Conservation Agreement.
I recognize Senator General Chinona.
Thank you, Madam President. We certainly rise in support of the government continuing to show its seriousness for this set of conservation commitments made under this agreement, Madam President. I note that of late there has been some talk of loopholes and, sidestepping to some of these commitments in the agreement, and I think this certainly helps to show that government at every juncture will take its commitment seriously and bring forward this. We continue to follow developments within these lands as well. As you know, these notes here speak to public lands being designated, but we have a lot of parcels of land within these areas, privately held but undeveloped. So certainly we continue to monitor, because just because they're private, it shouldn't mean that we can do anything that we want there and then compromise the public assets that we're trying to protect under this agreement as well. So you will note that there is an ongoing conversation about EIA regulations and making sure that we have the laws in place to ensure that the goods and services and the benefits, financial even, that are covered under this agreement and more to come in the future are safeguarded. So thank you, Madam.
I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is, now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable Senate approves the statutory instruments published in the Gazette and formally signed into law on the 21st day of April 2022 to give effect to the conservation commitments specified in Clause 1, Milestone 1, and Clause 2, Milestone 2 of Exhibit A of the Conservation Agreement. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it. I recognize the... Go ahead, Clerk. I went a little bit before you. Please go ahead.
Bills for second reading. I guess that's fresh from Canada.
Took a short break. It inspired me to keep things rolling.
Yes.
Efficiency. You see? I recognize the leader of government business.
Madam President, I rise to move the second reading of a bill for an act to facilitate the implementation of the terms of a deed of settlement between the government and Belize International Services Limited arising from a debt owed by the government in satisfaction of the Belize International Services Limited claims and the Belize International Services Limited litigation costs, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam President, with your permission, I will take the supplementary appropriation bill that goes along with the bill, so we debate them together. The lead senator for the opposition agrees that with that approach, Madam President. So I rise to move a second reading of a bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2023. Madam President, before I move into the substance of my contribution, I seek your leave to refer to my notes and to other written documents. I wish to place on record two important things, Madam President. First, the law firm of Courtney Corey, LLP, has served as attorneys at law for Belize International Services Limited, BISL. Senator Corey and I are partners of that firm, and therefore we disclose that well-known fact as we are required to do to this Honorable Senate. Second, with respect to the negotiating of a settlement of the BISL claim between Government of Belize and BISL, no attorney from the firm of Courtney Corey, LLP was involved in any way. BISL was, as a matter of fact, represented by two barristers from London. No fees have been earned by our firm as a result of representing BISL with respect to this settlement. Madam President, those two issues are formally placed on the record of this Honorable Senate. I now turn to the substance of my presentation. And it's important, Madam President, for the sake of history, that we record some of the factual background that has given rise to this settlement that is being proposed to this Honorable Senate today. And I should apologize, Madam President, to my colleagues and to yourself. I am suffering from an infection of my tonsil, which is just about finished, so I'm not my usual loud self. To only say thank God. Yes. Madam President, back in 1993, the then government of Belize decided to introduce the offshore industry to Belize. And I know that that is quite some time ago, but it is important because that is when this whole matter arose. The government then contracted BISL, which was a joint venture between the Belize Bank and Morgan, a Panamanian law firm, who had the expertise to introduce two new forms of business, international business companies and a registry of ships. And a management agreement was entered into in order for the BISL to manage these two registries. Under that agreement, BISL was to be compensated in the following way. 40% of the gross revenue was to be retained by BISL to meet expenses. The 60% balance was split 60-40, 60% going to government and 40% going to BISL. The agreement was for 10 years, Madam President, from 1993 to 2003. However, in 2003, the parties agreed to extend the agreement for another 10 years, which was provided for in the agreement itself. In 2005, the parties amended the agreement and extended it from 2013 to 2020. Madam President, at this stage, I would like to quote from the Caribbean Court of Justice judgment on this matter, because it's important to frame exactly what happened at that time. I refer to the judgment of Justice Jamadar, paragraph 313 from the Caribbean Court of Justice judgment. I read very quickly. Indeed, in 2003, there had been some queries about the 1993 agreement by the then government, which resulted in meetings between the parties. At no time was it raised that the 1993 agreement was in violation of the Constitution or any state financial laws, orders, or regulations. In fact, the government eventually wrote to BISL prior to 2005 extension, confirming that all issues had been resolved to its satisfaction. This was confirmed by the oral testimony of the Financial Secretary at trial. It is fair to say, on the basis of the undisputed documentary evidence, that it was because of the government's satisfaction with BISL's performance and in order to continue to benefit from the effective operations of the registries under concession, the 2005 extension was granted. A matter we will come back to later on, Madam President. It is a fact, Madam President, that the agreement, the management agreement, required BISL to give monthly reports to the Ministry of Finance for the management for the month prior, and also to hand over the government's earning for the month prior. Throughout the period of the agreement, the government collected its share of profits and received its reports without complaints. In June of 2013, the government wrote to BISL informing them that the government regarded the extension of the agreement from 2013 to 2017 as illegal and therefore invalid. I pause simply to repeat, Madam President, what the judges of the Caribbean Court of Justice said. The government's financial secretary, and in writing, the government had confirmed that there were no issues and therefore the extension was valid. The UDP took a different view in 2013. It is important, Madam President, to underline the fact that when the UDP government said that they regarded the agreement as invalid, BISL wrote back to government and said, we disagree with what you're saying, and BISL went on to say, call for meetings to resolve the discussions. Madam President, if I may again quote from Justice Jamalar at paragraph 314 of the judgment. He says, and I quote, however, in 2013, the new government that had been installed in 2008 took the position that the 2005 extension was unlawful. On the 4th June 2013, what was formally asserted by this new government was that the extension was wholly invalid, that the 2003 renewal would expire on the 10th of June 2013, and that the government would assume control of the registries on the 11th June 2013, that is, in 7 days' time. On the 8th of June 2013, an order was gazetted by the Registrar of Merchant Shipping. This official state action effectively gave the government control of the head office of Imarbe. And then on the 11th June 2013, the government forcefully took possession of both IBCR, the IBC registry, and Imarbe. A governmental and administrative coup d'etat of the registry had been effected, and BISL was thrown out of the registries. So that is what happened on June 11, 2013. A forceful takeover, public officers sent in with the support of the police and took over the business of BISL forcefully. We will recall, Madam President, that at the time of the takeover, we were informed by the then Prime Minister in his usual style that the decision of the government that the extension was illegal was based on flawless legal advice, and the Belizean people need not worry because the government would not be exposed to damages. I want to underscore this point, Madam President. In 2013, the government made no complaint that the commercial terms of the management agreement were bad, were unfair, needed adjustment. They had no complaint about the terms of the agreement. In 2013, the government made no complaint about the way in which the registries were being managed. They made no complaint and said, listen, we have a problem with the way you're managing this registry. Unless you fix it up and list out the faults, we're going to take over. That is not their case. There was no complaint about the commercial terms. There was no complaint about the management. According to them, the extension from 2013 to 2017 was illegal. Once again, Madam President, the scene is set by the UDP. Just as they forcibly acquired BTL and BEL, they stronged BISL. We were assured, just like in the case of BL and BTL, fear not, Belizean taxpayers are not at risk because we have the best legal advice and all of this is legal. Well, as sure as night followed day, BISL commenced a claim in the courts. And we now know, Madam President, where we are. In July of 2020, 3 months before the UDP left office, the Caribbean Court of Justice handed down a decision in which it said the United Democratic Party's taking over of the registry was illegal, unlawful, and a commercial and administrative coup d'etat. The CCJ said the government of Belize must pay BISL damages for the 7-year extension. The court went further and said this assessment of how much damages is to be paid is to be done on an expedited basis. So, Madam President and colleague senators, we are here today to make a decision as to whether or not this Honorable Senate will approve a settlement of a debt that was inherited by this government from the United Democratic Party that has arisen out of illegal and unlawful action by the then government. I wish to stress, Madam President, that the CCJ said the Supreme Court should assess the damages, the amount, how much is to be paid. And the matter came before the acting Chief Justice, the Honorable Madam Justice Arana, and she adjourned the matter and said, this needs to be sorted out quickly. You all go and negotiate a settlement. That is what Justice Arana said, and I will explain the rationale for that position. Madam President, as usual, the UDP did not seek to settle the matter. Members should be aware that interest is accruing at 6% per annum. Why did Justice Arana say that this matter should be settled? The rationale for that, Madam President, is this, and it's important for the Belizean people to know, that during the case, the government of Belize hired an expert in the person of Dr. Richard Hearn, who is an expert on valuations. Dr. Hearn gave evidence in the Supreme Court and produced several expert opinions saying the value of loss of profits to BISL between 2013 and 2014 was some $24 million US. Let me repeat. The government expert says if we lose this case, the taxpayers of Belize must pay BISL $24 million US. That's the position of the government of the day, the United Democratic Party government. They went to court and said, we stand on our legal argument, but if we lose, we owe BISL $24 million US. Madam President, if you add interest at 6% per annum from 2013 to today, 2022, that's an additional $13 million, bringing us to $37 million. Government's case. BISL hired its own expert, a Mr. Cloquet from Pricewaterhouse. Whilst Mr. Hearn came up with a value of $24 million, Mr. Cloquet came up with a value of $44.5 million. And if we calculate the interest from 2013 at 6% to today, that's an additional $24 million, bringing us to US $68.2 million. So, what Justice Arana was saying, and in fact the CCJ had ventilated this as well, is that the government is saying 24 million, the company is saying 44 million, you all negotiate between 24 and, it can't be less than the 24 because that's what the government is saying. negotiate between the 24 and the 44 and settle this matter. Madam President, as with all of these things, there is litigation cost, there's litigation risk, there is interest that is going to be awarded by the court. Those are certainties like taxes and death. They cannot be avoided. The current government decided to negotiate. And I wish to put on record, as a matter of fact, that Dr. Ben Joratowicz, Queen's Counsel, who was then under the United Democratic Party, advisor to the government of Belize, wrote to the then Attorney General, Senator Perfit, who is not here today, conveniently, advising him in detail that the government should settle this matter. And he calculated in detail the exposure that the taxpayers were confronting. I have the email here, in fact, more than one email from Dr. Joratowicz saying, settle this matter. You're exposing the country to millions upon millions of dollars in damages. They did nothing. The government decided that it would enter into negotiations to settle the matter. Dr. Joratowicz was continued, even though he was working under the UDP, he was familiar with it and was continued, along with Samantha Tucker from the Attorney General's Department, who had been working on the case from the very beginning, and other advisors, including the Financial Secretary. And after negotiations, I believe, according to what the Cabinet was informed, of approximately 6 months, it was settled that 38.25 million, 11.5 million of which would be paid in Belize dollars, was a settlement amount. And I think it's important, Madam President, to put in context 38.25 million, where is the amount that we agreed to settle on, whereas on the government's case, 37 million is what BISL could have earned. Madam President, the facts of the matter are that interest continues to accrue on this debt in thousands of dollars per day. If you use the government's valuation, it's accruing at approximately $4,000 a day. If you use BISL's valuation, it is $17,000 per day interest is accruing. We believe, Madam President, that this is important, that we cannot bury our head in the sand and pretend that this is going away. The matter remains before Madam Justice Arana, who is going to decide the quantum unless the matter is settled. And once it is settled, again, whatever that quantum is, has to be paid. From a financial perspective, we recommend this proposed settlement as sound and in the interest of the Belizean President. But Madam President, I wish to take some time to put on the record of this Honorable Senate exactly what the Caribbean Court of Justice said about this whole thing. It's important, Madam President, because we have to make an important decision today. As senators, and this morning I heard people referring to the oath that they have taken, without fear or favor, we have to make a decision today in the interest of the Belizean people. Madam President, I wish to quote from the judgment of the CCJ at paragraph 356. Justice Jamadar said this: in this case, the substance of the contract entails setting up both registries, the IBC registry and the IMARBE, which were state businesses and state agencies. In these kinds of dealings, including the formality of entering into, suspending, or terminating, as well as the ongoing relationship arising out of such contract, the state has a special duty to deal with contracting parties in good faith, fairly, and reasonably. This is because the state is bound to uphold the rule of law as a substantive concept of the structure enshrined in our Caribbean democratic constitutions. The state is obliged to treat with contracting parties fairly, honestly, openly, and with full disclosure of pertinent matters in good faith. This is all in service of the overriding aims of governance, including public-private administrative arrangements, which necessitates integrity in governance and achieving the common good and best interests of the state for the benefit of the people. The government of Belize is no exception. That is the position, that is the duty of the government. At paragraph 362, Justice Jamadar said this: the legality of the 2005 extension pursuant to the express terms of the 1993 agreement was always indisputable. Yet the state sought, A, to terminate the 2005 extension in a manner that was both arbitrary and high-handed, without any proper basis, and by an abuse of executive power, what I have described above as a governmental and administrative coup d'etat, and B, in doing so, to effectively ruin BISL's interests and investments in this joint commercial enterprise. He continued, paragraph 363, the government's main argument was premised on section 114 of the Constitution. The essence was that any monies collected by the government ought to have gone into the Consolidated Revenue Fund. As Justice Burgess explains, this technical failure was not fatal, and in fact the monies were collected and dealt with as agreed and in compliance substantively with the underlying purposes of section 114. At all material times, the government had administrative control of the registries. Further, at all times, the government had, pursuant to the 1993 agreement, as extended, rights of access over the management and control of Imarbe and IBC. Despite this, and having regard to the main contract, which made provisions for amendment, no approach was made by the government to BISL to propose any changes that it considered appropriate to achieve this objective of having monies paid directly into the Consolidated Revenue Fund. Indeed, a simple amendment could very likely have rectified this issue regarding where the monies collected ought to be paid, if this was in truth and in fact what the government genuinely wanted to correct. Madam President, members of the Senate, it is important for us to learn the lessons from this sad experience. The CCJ is pointing out that this matter could have been corrected by a simple amendment. We would not have been here today having to approve tens of millions of dollars had government approached BISL and said, change it. I repeat, a simple amendment could very likely have rectified this issue regarding where the monies collected ought to be paid, if that was in truth and in fact what the government genuinely wanted to correct. He continues, the government was always empowered to invoke Clause 20, which made provision for the 1993 agreement to be amended or supplemented by an agreement in writing between the parties. The rule of law, imperatives of good faith, reasonableness, fairness, and good governance, created a duty on the government to, at the very least, enter into full disclosure discussions with BISL to try and resolve the legal issues that form the basis of the concerns. On the facts before this court, it appears that the issues raised by the government were all capable of being resolved with relatively minor changes or amendments to the existing agreement. Clause 20 of the agreement provided a means to resolve and remedy all government concerns. Instead, the government sought to use the law as a sword to cut BISL entirely out of the 1993 agreement, and not to resort to a scalpel to remedy any concerns it had with respect to the existing legal arrangements for and management of the funds collected by the registries. Last paragraph. Furthermore, No attempts were made by the government to invoke Clause 14 of the agreement, which provided for arbitration of any dispute arising out of the provisions of the contract. This clause evidences the contractual intention of the parties to strive to arrive at an amicable agreement whenever contractual or other disputes or issues arose between them. In these circumstances, the omission by the government to take any reasonable steps to try and resolve its issues with BISL collaboratively and amicably, together with its unilateral and high-handed actions to take over the registries, were arbitrary, inconsistent with the standards of good governance, in breach of the duty of good faith, contractually unreasonable, fundamentally unfair, an abuse of the state power, and therefore contrary to the rule of law. Taken together, these all constitute a serious threat and undermining of fundamental and core constitutional values and principles. They also weaken the integrity of the legal system, especially if government is permitted to enjoy exemption from its failure to comply with its rule of law obligations in this case. Left unaccounted for, they diminish constitutional faith and public trust and health, and hence democratic legitimacy. As a direct result of the government's actions, BISL, through no fault of its own, was deprived of its share of the income that it would have received between June 2013 and June 2020. Had the government not arbitrarily, unreasonably, unlawfully, and forcefully taken control of the registries, it would have suffered great loss and damage. For this, the government must be held accountable. Madam President, members of the Senate, as a Belizean, and I believe all Belizeans, hang their head in shame. That type of criticism by the highest court of the land of the action by the government of the United Democratic Party is in black and white and will forever remain a part of the public record of this country. We can forget the politics. We can forget UDP. We can forget PUP. We can forget red. We can forget blue. No government should act in the way the government acted in 2013. And we are here today, Madam President, in my respective submission, having to address the question of the respect for the rule of law. Will we, as a Senate, determine that this debt that was created by illegal, arbitrary, and unlawful act by the state should not be honored? Will this Senate say to the Caribbean Court of Justice, you have ordered the government to compensate a company for its loss, that we, the Senate, a co-equal branch of our government, living in a democracy that is governed by the rule of law, is it for us to say to the CCJ, you got it wrong and therefore we will not pay? Madam President, we on this side, People's United Party government, was elected on a platform of good governance, respect for the rule of law, and restoring integrity and independence in the judiciary. And I want to say to my colleague senators today that the BISL issue is not something that any Belizean should be proud of. But we are faced with a question today. Country is at risk of millions of dollars. The settlement is very close to what government itself had said it would pay. And if we settle it, the interest stops accruing, the matter is resolved, and we put it behind us, but we learn our lesson, how to conduct business as a state versus the private sector in a democracy where the rule of law prevails and where we must restore trust and confidence in all the institutions of our country. Madam President, I urge all members of the Senate to support both bills.
I recognize Senator Beverly Williams.
Madam President, please permit me. Senator Courtney went to great lengths to tell us about the scolding from the CCJ. He further went on to say, forget the PUP, forget the UDP, forget the red and blue. So then, Madam President, why all the political grandstanding? He went to great pains to outline, to give the timeline, 1993, management contract, renewal in 2003. But before the 2003 to 2013 contract expired, the then government proceeded to extend in 2005 to 2020. The question is why? Why was it not exposed? He did not highlight that one. But we will take the scolding from the CCJ because we believe in the rule of law. The court has ruled and we support in principle the rule of law. However, we will take the scolding, Senator Courtney, but you failed to say that in the 9 years that the government assumed management of the ship registry, which is normally state-owned, it's a national asset, that the government agreed that we earned a whopping $90 million US, or $180 million Belize dollars. The court ruled $38 million, or 76 million Belize dollars. Now the math is easy. 104 million Belize dollars minus 52 US, or 52 million US dollars is equivalent to 104 Belize dollars. Then we saved 52 US million dollars. So why all the hoopla? As I said, we agree in principle and we concede that we have to pay. We concede it's a bitter pill to swallow, but we have to pay. So then, what's the urgency? I heard you alluded to something about doing it urgently. Why not take the savings and spread it over a period of time and create a payment plan? What is the urgency? What is the urgency when we have matters of national importance? Crime. The nurses are out there right now. Dangriga, Orange Walk, Belmopan, and I understand KHMH is walking out at 3 this afternoon. Better working conditions. Use the funds for us to provide better working conditions for the audit department. Let's use the fund. Why the urgency to take that money and give it to BISL? I will go further, Madam President, and say, on behalf of the public officer is still in me. I did it for 35 years. Man, take and do with the same level of expediency. The increments that were frozen, let's do a program and give the public officers back their increments. Give them Christmas. We don't want to call it a bonus because it belongs to them, a rebate. Give them, design a program so they get something also, urgently. 3 months we have to do that so they can get it in December. But, Madam President, we don't see anything there for the social safety net. Where's the boost? Where's the grocery bag? Where is it? Poor people are suffering out there. But, Madam President, I don't blame BISL. Nobody can hustle me. I'm not imputing any improper motives, but nobody can hustle me if I don't want. And we know the next saying, the opola is as bad as the thief. We concede, and I say again, we have to pay. But what is the urgency? Look after our national interests. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Kevin Herrera.
Madam President, there are bad agreements, there are horrible agreements, and then there are the BISL agreements, and I'll get into those a little. I really don't believe we should have ever been here, and I think it's scandalous. This whole issue is really scandalous, in my view. Let me go a little into the background, similar to what Senator Courtney had done a little earlier. On June 11, 1993, the government of Belize and BISL signed a 10-year agreement for the management and the development of the Belize International Merchant Registry, IMARBE, and the International Business Companies Registry of Belize. Note that the 1993 election was June 30th of that year. This agreement was signed June 11th. Now, I was trying to research when the House was dissolved or National Assembly was dissolved in that year. I wasn't able to find it, but it's likely, given that constitutionally, elections have to be held within 3 months after the House is resolved, and I'm talking about 19 days before the election, this agreement was signed. So it was designed when the National Assembly was dissolved. Since Parliament was dissolved at the time, it would have been impossible for this agreement to have been ventilated in Parliament after the signature. No, I'm not, the first 10 years, Madam President, I can agree somewhat. We're starting a new industry. It likely was the buzzword around that, this was the way to go. There's a lot of money to be involved, could open up a lot of opportunities for people. But after 10 years, you'd expect that you develop the local in-house expertise to take something over like this. But no, there was no interest in that part of it. Because on March 5th, 2003, elections were again held, and the PUP came back to power. And then on March 9th, 4 days after the election, a 10-year extension was signed with BISL. 4 days after the election, Madam President. You know, if there's ever a case, perhaps for campaign finance reform, I think this one really takes the cake. At the end of the first 10 years, Madam President, and I'll get into the numbers very shortly, but based on the last 7 years numbers that I've seen, I suspect that within the first 10 years, BISL would have already earned $150 million from this contract. Going further, so we're looking at 2003, the 10-year extension. Then on March 24, 2005, just 2 years into a 10-year extension, the then government signed an additional 7-year extension with BISL. You will recall in 2005, Madam President, the unions, the business community were having a lot of issues with the administration at the time, and so there were a lot of protests. And I suspect that BISL was managing its risk at that time, not knowing what was going to happen in the future. And so they say, you know what, we need an extension. So they're looking at a 27-year contract term now. This I understand from colleagues who were in the cabinet at the time, that this shouldn't even come to the cabinet. Now, I'm taking, again, I don't know that for a fact, I'm just saying, this was what members of cabinet have mentioned to me. This agreement, Madam President, was a secret. How do we know it was a secret? Because on May 9th, 2013, when a 10-year extension had expired, BISL wrote to the government informing them about the 7-year extension and sending them a copy of the agreement. In the words of the Financial Secretary in a June 4th letter to BISL, he said, "We are appalled by the document which we had not seen before, as no copy could be found in our records." Now an agreement was signed with millions and hundreds of millions of dollars, and the Financial Secretary of the country does not know that another extension was signed. And this extension, Madam President, for the record, and I know that it has been ventilated many times, but it was signed by the former Prime Minister Musa and the Honorable Francis Fonseca as the Attorney General at the time. Now this is where things started. We started to have significant problems. In that same June 4th letter, the government informed BISL that it would terminate the contract because it was, quote unquote, wholly invalid and contrary to applicable laws. Now I know that the CCJ did not agree with that, but this was what the letter from the Financial Secretary said at the time. BISL then sought and failed in both the Supreme Court and the Court of Appeal to enforce its rights under the 7-year extension agreement. Both courts held that the agreement was illegal and invalid, but on August 6, 2020, the Caribbean Court of Justice ruled in favor of BISL, finding that the government of Belize breached the contract and reverted the matter to the Supreme Court of Belize to determine damages. Madam President, these judgments and awards are the tangible proof of this long, insidious alliance between the Ashcroft companies and the past administrations, ranging from the early 1990s until now. The chickens have come home to roost, Madam President. And right on the backs of the citizens and taxpayers of this country. And it's wrong. It's really wrong because we didn't have to be here. Those who benefited walked away unscathed, while the innocent taxpayer has once again been betrayed and taken advantage of by the very people we have elected to look after our best interests. I'll get into the financial deal a little, Madam President, so we could maybe get a better feel of what we're talking about. We're not talking about pennies here. I will get into, I've done some calculations. Like I said, I had the last 7 years numbers. I didn't have the previous 20 years numbers. So I used those last 7 years to try to get an idea of what the entire contract value would have been worth. So the numbers I'm putting out, Madam President, are not actual numbers. It was numbers that were determined based on the last 7 years. And I'll clarify, I don't believe in the early years that things would have been, it takes a little while for a business to grow. And so in the early years, it's normally a little slow. And then I also suspect that in the last 5-6 years of the agreement, things were going down somewhat given the challenges that we were facing with the European countries. But the sharing of the revenues, and Senator Courtney mentioned how the revenues were shared, but in actual terms, how the revenues were shared based on the last 7 years. If we take this last 7 years as an example, 9% of the revenues would go to pay for expenditures or expenses for running the registries. 36% would go to the government, and 55% would go to BISL. On the revenue side, again, based on my calculations, it's quite possible and likely that the registries earned, or BISL, the registries earned $737 million in revenues. Of that $737 million, Madam President, 66 million, and these are Belize dollars, would have gone to pay expenses. $256 million would have gone to the government of Belize, and a whopping $406 million would have gone to BISL. It gets worse, Madam President, that this $406 million was all tax-free. There are no requirements to pay any taxes. Now the settlement. We are asked to settle with BISL in an amount of $76 million in order to avoid going through further legal proceedings. This is the ask in front of us today. Madam President, by settling this now, it is true that we will save some money and avoid a potentially worse situation down the road. By settling now, BISL, in my calculation, would earn about 30 million Belize dollars less than if it had remained in the contract. That is true. So given the bad situation we're in, I guess it would be the best approach for the government right now to try to settle. I'm not arguing with that point. Government after the settlement will be left with 96 million Belize dollars. These are for 7 years, Madam President. What we are not being told that we had not gotten into this, had we not gotten into this 7-year extension, the Belizean people, and I'm talking about the last 7 years, would have gotten $172 million over the last 7 years, not the $96 million that we're talking about. And one last thing on the settlement, Madam President. The government complained about the high cost of the referendum. It is adamant that it will recuperate the $15 million loss in excise taxes on the fuel. And for that reason, it has allowed the local prices on certain fuels not to fall correspondingly with that of world market prices. social programs have been affected, but yet, again, we can find the money for this type of thing. And again, it makes some sense. I'm just saying that, it's a little hard to swallow sometimes, Madam President. In conclusion, in this tragedy, perhaps there is room to learn a few things so that this never happens again. But especially with respect to how we deal with the Ashcroft Alliance investments, I really believe that we should start refraining from calling these investments and probably start categorizing them as contingent liabilities. Because it always ends up as a liability. And I'm not trying to be facetious. I mean, I'm being very, very serious. BTL, $557 million. UHS, $90 million. BISL, $78 million. Total, $718 million through the litigation process. This is a poor country. It's difficult for me to understand. And I think that the whole international business, when it was really, could have been a windfall for us. I mean, we could have hired the experts to run, just like what Mr. Ashcroft did. He didn't run that himself. He got the people who knew how to do it. How much would that have cost? Just doesn't make sense. But if we really want to learn from this, Madam President, I'm hoping that we could maybe look at an amendment, perhaps to the Constitution, for when we have administrations that behave in a manner that seems to not address the purposes for which they were elected, that perhaps we could look at an amendment to the Constitution where executives in government who go and behave in this way, sign agreements, commit the country, give sovereign guarantees without going to cabinet, without going to the National Assembly for approvals, without adhering to the Finance and Audit Reform Act, and perhaps other acts that they be held personally accountable. It cannot be that every time this type of thing happens, the only person who is on the hook is the taxpayer. It's really wrong. And there should be really no beating of the chest on this issue. I mean, basically what we did, Madam President, was we contracted to further the riches of a billionaire by $406 million. That could have easily been used by the government. Ask yourself, how would we benefit from that? We certainly won't get to ride on those yet. Nor fly the private planes. We'll ride coach. But we're being asked to pay for it. And so, like I said, when we look at these investments, two things. Start calling them contingent liabilities and immediately set up a sinking fund. For those who do not know what a sinking fund is putting money aside on a regular basis for payments to a future debt. And this, again, this has been the case over and over and over again, Madam President. So I apologize if I came over the way I did, but I really believe that it needs to be told that so much has happened, and yet nobody has been held to account. This is a poor country, but we could do a lot better than we've been doing. But when we give away our gift, the way we did with the BISL arrangement, when we put priority in areas where it shouldn't be, when we support person or a few companies at the expense of the population, I think it's wrong, Madam President. I think that we should do a lot better than that. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Bishop Alvin Pengusha.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, I use the term mea culpa, mea maximum culpa. As I listen this morning, and as I'm listening now, and as I listen to Senator Herrera just making his presentation, it makes me wonder. First of all, Madam President, I want to share, as perhaps others have shared this morning, that I empathize with those nurses who perhaps are not at work this morning, and empathize in particular with those nurses from the southern regional area, and specifically those who live in the Stank Creek area where I originated from. I share the concerns. I know some of them, and I really empathize with their cause. I want to say on this particular matter, Madam President, how thankful I am for the personal audience that I had with Dr. Ben, Mr. Marcus Pat, and Mr. Wheat. And so as I share today, it is not only coming out of that meeting, but upon doing some additional research. On this particular matter, it is a bitter pill to swallow. And for me, I do not want to over-exaggerate, but perhaps a sad day for Belize, in some sense. Madam President, when we are called upon to make decisions of this nature, and especially from where I sit and representing the church, I often think that I need to be able to make informed decisions based on some immediate concerns before us. In particular, I think of our young people, the youth of the country. I often think that as I make decisions, that whatever decision I make today will affect our young people 10 years, 20, perhaps maybe 25 years from now. And I need to constantly ask myself what legacy we will leave behind for our young people as they take over this country. And so whatever decision that I make, I normally keep them in mind. For me, as I have been following this whole situation concerning BISL, and as I have heard what is taking place, I do not want to throw stones, nor do I want to accuse. But as was mentioned by Senator Herrera, that to me, both parties that have governed this country in recent times have to take responsibility for where we are today. We have been warned by my colleague that let us be careful and mindful how we enter into certain agreements. Yes, on this particular matter, we have to be concerned about the rule of law and the decision handed down by CCJ. But as we do so, and as we are preparing to pay the outstanding amount, I take into consideration, Madam President, that just a few weeks ago, and I noticed that commercials are still being aired, that the church was told that perhaps a $5 million for a referendum should be held back a little based on the fact that, quote unquote, Madam President, we don't have no money. That is what the church was told. And further to that, you know, as I said, I'm seeing some commercials still being aired in that respect. We don't have no money. And $5 million at this time, especially in the light of the fact that school is reopening, is not a good time to be able to hold a referendum. But yet, we're finding a larger proportion of money, larger sum of money, in order to pay BISL and to ensure that we comply as a country. Now, Madam President, I'm not saying, and let me make sure that I am very clear. I am not saying that we ought not to pay. We do not want to be known as a rogue country, as was being suggested. But I take into consideration, and I want to ensure that I stick to what is before us this morning, this afternoon. Still morning. Yes, still morning. Thank you very much. That in paying and in preparing to pay, we take also into consideration that at this time, and I do not want to speak for the unions, I dare not, Madam, but I also want to remind us, Madam, from where I sit, also as a board chair, that teachers approach me, reminding me about their increment. And so I also have to empathize with those teachers to remind myself that I also have a responsibility insofar as those teachers are concerned. And yet, we are finding this large sum of money to be able to pay, Madam President, one company. I am not in the habit of calling any names as to who it is, etc., etc. But I agree with my colleague. We have to be careful how we do business with some people in this country, or if we have to do business with them any at all. And so recently I listened to one of our leaders as he indicated that we have to remind some of these people and some of these companies, we are a sovereign country. Belize is a sovereign country. And they must not think that in doing business with us, that perhaps we are still a colony and we are under the rule of the mother country. We are now a sovereign state, and we can make responsible decisions. And we do not take kindly to people bending our arm and forcing us to say yes to things we know will hurt our young people 15, 25, 30 years down the road. We have to be responsible leaders, Madam President. And so the decisions we will make, or the agreement we will make with some people, or perhaps not to make any agreement with them at all, might serve us well in the future. Madam President, we have to pay. And as I said before, it is not to go against. I will not stand here as a responsible leader to suggest anything otherwise, whether to defer and when to pay and how to pay, etc., etc. We will pay, but it comes as a bitter pill for us to swallow, especially at this time. Again, before I take my seat, I want to express my thanks to those with whom I had an audience with a few weeks ago. But we, and when I say we, all of us, we have to be responsible on both sides. And we will hold our political leaders accountable as to who we do business with in the future. And I want to support what Senator Kevin Herrera has suggested. And the social partners will take note that as we make agreements in the future, if the government wants our support, we will only do so especially and insofar as constitutional reform is concerned, that we begin with the suggestion he made earlier, that no future, whether borrowing or payments, will be made of sums of that large nature unless you consult in a direct way with the people. And as the church sits on that committee, we will be taking note and we will be making our suggestions going forward. I thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Elena Smith.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to make my contributions to the bill before us, Belize International Services Limited Settlement Bill. Pardon my voice, Madam President. I think Senator Courtney should. But I will do my best. Madam President, we are once more at a crossroads. And I know that when we come to these kinds of bills, we hear all of these phrases being thrown out. You must respect the rule of law. Things that we're all fully aware of, but maybe they may be thrown as a way of trying to get at your conscience and see maybe you might think otherwise. But while we must respect the rule of law, we must also be conscious that there are lawless people amongst us. And those persons who are lawless and who behave lawlessly is what has us where we are right now. And I've said before that for us on this side, we are glad that we don't have to tout or toot any horns. And we don't have to be pointing fingers on who did what and how they did it. Our role here is to ensure that when wrong is done, that we call it out. It doesn't matter who it is. That's the role that we play here. But when we carry out that role, oftentimes we hear these comments being hurled as if to make it seem as we are not doing our roles in this honorable chamber. With that said, Madam President, this is a difficult decision for us to make. And it is not difficult because, as I said before, we don't understand that we must respect the rule of law. It's a difficult decision because of the impact that such a decision has on our people, will have on our people. Now we would have heard of who did what and when they did it and how secretly it was done and then who went to court and got an initial judgment to say it was illegal and then they went back again and okay, it wasn't illegal and now we won. We've heard all of this and we've heard my colleague Senator Courtney spoke about his law firm along with Senator Koi and the role that they played earlier for this company and the fact that they were not involved in this final agreement. At the end of the day, Madam President, as I said just now, it is us who have to pay these consequences of whatever actions were done by whomever. And I am sure we can recall very vividly that we came to this Senate and we all spoke about we must all sacrifice and everybody must sacrifice for the betterment of this nation. And at the end of the day, teachers and public officers sacrificed not just salaries, but our increments. And I know we don't want to hear about that because we might say, well, that has nothing to do with this. Of course it does. Because at the end of the day, It is on account of these decisions that the government has to then take actions that cause us to suffer. Those of us who had no involvement in this whatsoever. How long must our people continue to suffer at the hands of our leaders and those persons who all they can see in front of them is dollar sign? How much more can we take? Madam President, when we get our salaries, 25% comes out immediately. You have no choice. Yet we come here, and because we have to respect the rule of law, we have to quickly pay one person 76, am I correct? $76 million. But when we, as unions, are requesting a meeting for us to sit down and discuss how we are going to be compensated for our sacrifice of increments and how we are going to be given back those increments, can't even get a simple answer to say, yes, we will meet with you on such a date and we will talk about it. We have to sacrifice. We are hearing of the plight of the nurses, and we have seen what it is that they are doing right now, standing up for themselves. Standing up, Madam President, because of the conditions under which they have to work. The supplies that they need. The general public not being able to get the treatment that they deserve because they don't have the materials to do their jobs. Safety of them. But we can come here and we can be willing to pay $76 million. And we are even given a deadline. You have to pay within this certain time, and you must do this by this time and do this by that time. And if you don't, then it gets worse for us. And that is the sad part, because we have to stand here and we have to consider the burden on the Belizean people, what they must go through, what they are currently going through, what we ourselves are going through, and put that against, we have to follow the rule of law and we have to abide by a judgment. And that's why I said, Madam President, I don't want for anybody to get it wrong that we are a people, or I represent a group that is willing to go against the rule of law. However, I represent a group of people that is now tired of seeing the burden fall on the Belizean people. Our students are back in school. Many of them are barely making it. Many of them can't pay their school fees. People need housing, people need food, better health care. These monies could have been put into those things to make the lives of our people better. Yet, as my colleague said, we are giving $76 million to a person who really and truly doesn't need this money any at all. It is just being done to show us that I can. And so I will. Again, as my colleague shared before, we have the UHS matter. What was the one before that? BTL matter. Now we are here, and then we will be soon be hearing about Waterloo. Yes. How much more will we as a country have to sacrifice to give to Mr. Ashcroft and his companies? How much more? Madam President, none of this is politics. It may be for some, but for us, this is bread and butter. This is about the regular Belizean person. And what are we going to learn from this? When are we going to learn from these things? Because we hear people say, if you do the same thing over and over and expect a different result, it simply means, and I will use the regular word, you're crazy. Is it, Madam President, that our people are crazy? I'm talking about our leaders are crazy. People like Mr. Ashcroft, I'm sure he's not crazy. He knows full well what he was doing, because he knows that in the end, he's going to be the one to come out on top. And yet again, the Belizean people will be left with their hungry mouths. Madam President, I don't know how else to say this and how many times we'll have to come here and say the same thing over and over. I really don't know. It has become frustrating to have to listen to your colleagues, to have to see your parents and your students be suffering so much. When we just go through just a day and we say aye and nay and that's it. Another billionaire gets some more millions of dollars. How do we correct these things? What can we learn? What lessons can we learn? I am hoping that we would learn that in the future we must not engage in these kinds of agreements. I am hoping that we will learn that our priority as leaders of this nation is the Belizean people, the well-being of the Belizean people. Because I know that all my colleagues, whether you are on the other side or in front of me, that you all care about our people just the same way we do. But despite the fact that we all care in a similar manner, we will see how this one will go. Because at the end of the day, when we have to end up, unfortunately, getting a judgment or having to agree to these kinds of matters, it is our people who suffer the most. And so I trust, Madam President, that as I said, we will learn from these things. And going forward, we will understand that the decisions we make as leaders of this nation will have lasting impact on our people. We would be dead and gone. And our people would still be suffering the consequences of these decisions. And so, as we said before, we have to look at legislation, we have to look at laws that will hold our people accountable. And we say that we are about good governance, then let us put these things in place. Campaign financing. Yes. Because if these persons continue to put their monies into campaigns, they will forever have an upper hand on us, yes, on our leaders. So we need to have our leaders understand that when we put things like campaign finance reforms in place or campaign financing legislation in place, right, we would be able to have a level of accountability. So that then there is not going to be any feeling that because you gave me for my campaign, I must come back and do something for you. I hope we learn that persons engage in these signing of agreements in secret, that we put things in place to hold those persons accountable, that they be held responsible for the pain that they are putting our people through. And so if that means that we must enact some laws, we must amend our constitution to include those things, those are things that we must be doing going forward. Our country can only prosper. Our people can only prosper if us as leaders do what is right by them and for them. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Antonio Herrera.
Good morning, Senator, Madam President. It's still morning, but closing in the afternoon very quickly. Well, I take time also to welcome Sister Kamara to the Senate. But my thing is today, Madam President, $76 million. You know, I stress that million with accent on the M. Teacher might scold me for put accent on the M, but we got to spread that $76 million. Senator Courtney tried very hard to convince us on that picture he brought to the Senate. But he forgot about the secret agreement, which they are very famous for, not only with BISL, but also with BTL. And he was right about one thing, that it was not for that we would not be here today. Today we're here paying $76 million of our hard-earned taxpayers' money. When Senator Smith said 25%, I can relate to that because we pay income tax, we pay business tax, Social Security went up. For what? For what we sacrifice. I won't call names because I didn't even know. Play innocent that what? Ashcraft owned this company. I didn't even know that. I would just refer to BISL, a company that's a multi-million-dollar company. So we're supposed to make the sacrifice for these people. We, the hard-working people of this country. But let me tell you something, guys. The country is rising, is waking up slowly. But that's the best way to wake up. Today, you hear about so many walkouts. I'm surprised to see Senator Bennett here. I asked her if she was a nurse, and she said yes. Which she would have been standing solidarity with the other nurses with poor conditions. What is short pay? Some nurse sent me a slip, you know, with all the deductions. It's incredible. But yet we find $76 million. I said it, $1 million to pay BISL. Madam President, what is the hurry? Why the hurry? Why the hurry? Why not take care of our nurses, teachers, increments frozen, you know? People in the villages having to make decisions which child to send to school, which child will stay home. That is the crude reality where we are today. They ain't got no might know that. They might not know that. But being out there can tell you a family with 2 kids, very smart, 3.98, 4.0, one of them have to stay home. Can't afford it. But yet we are giving $76 million to a company that has money. Next question. This thing is structured at 11 million of these dollars will stay in Belize. Why 11 million to stay in Belize? This is right here. $11 million. They are to go to a foreign company in US currency. And it says it here, no foreign exchange regulations apply. None, zero. Not even taxes. Not even taxes to be paid on this money. The Belizean people not winning. They're not saving anything right here. Everything is going away. And it's a lot of money. To the common Belizean, that's a lot of money. And all we're saying, we will respect the rule of law, because that's where we got to, right against the wall, the rule of law, and we are a good country. So we have to respect it. And we are not saying not paying it. But if the PM stood up and said he and his team negotiated arduously, months, to reach to this agreement, so why not could have we settled a payment agreement? Let we feel the knock easy, man. Not so hard, one blow, you call like Mike Tyson, one blow and we down. You understand? Is our Mike Tyson hit we catch we? Easy, man. The nurses out there, they cry right now as we speak. Madam President, IT vet, this afternoon, it's crumbling, you know, it's real out here. You guys not feel it? You guys not feel it? People are feeling the hit out here. Like I said, salaries for IT vet, 4 months unpaid. It's going to be on the media. Just to give you a heads up for that. But it's real. And then we come for $76 million to give away one, what I would say, I can't say the word, but female dog lick. You know, one thing. Do you understand? One thing.
I am going to ask you to kindly keep your language to that.
My
of the
apologies.
House.
But I just said female dog.
Doesn't matter. Does not matter.
All right,
Do
all right.
not use
My
it.
apologies, Madam President. You know, I come here on the social aspect of this 76 million because Brother Kevin Herrera has sprouted all that it is, how we got here. Contrary as to Senator Courtney. But what I am here today is to express this $76 million, what that is doing out there. If it was not for this $76 million, nurses would be quiet, you know, because they understand the sacrifice. You are a good people. We understand that we need to sacrifice. They were sacrificed during the pandemic. Nurses, doctors, frontliners, and this is how they get paid. Shorter pay, long time to pay. But yet we are here finding $76 million to pay to BISL. I mean, I'm not saying not paying it in no way, shape, or form. We need to pay it. We need to respect that. It is there. The CCJ has ordered it. So therefore, we gotta pay it. But all I am asking on behalf of the people of this country, let's get a softer payment plan. Something that will ease the pressure of the taxpayers. And also, if we're gonna pay 76 men, pay like 20, I don't know, you know, and give the rest to the teachers' increments, the nurses, they are overtime. That is rightfully due to them. They work hard. I've been to the Carl Hushner. Senator, I don't know if you've been, but I've been to the Carl Hushner. Those nurses work very hard. I've been there. Very, very hard. And yet we're here chancing them. What Senator Smith said, what we will learn, what will we learn from this lesson, I don't know. It's hard to teach old dog new tricks. What we will learn, I don't know if we get anywhere from here. But one thing I can tell you, that we, the Belizean people, are suffering out here. And it's all evidence, it's not me saying it. Look at the strikes today, Belmopan, weekend, Southern. This morning, Corozal, Orange Walk. Why you think they're protesting? Because they're happy? They're not happy when they heard about this $76 million. That is what caused this uproar in this country. How can we find money so fast to give one company and we cannot suffice to the Belizean people? And all I'm saying, Madam President, that I support that we pay the bill. All I am asking on behalf of the people is to get a softer payment plan so that we can spread it out easier. Thank you very much.
Madam President, in accordance with Standing Order 10.8, I move that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour though opposed.
Honorable members, the question is that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour though opposed. All those in favor, kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it. I recognize Senator Isabel Bennett.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to make my remarks on this particular bill. I listened quite attentively to Senator Kevin Herrera, Senator Bishop Bengushe, very sobering thoughts, really, that has penetrated my core. But what worries me most is the fact that There was a court order prior to this government that was not adhered to. It was clear, irresponsible on the previous administration. And I most certainly think that we don't want to be at a juncture again where, as a responsible government, we continue to reject and continue to push away or continue to resist the directions from the court. I understand the dynamics, and if, Senator Herrera, your presentations is factual, then our government, the PUP, have a lot of work to do, and we are about that, and that is why we are moving forward to put in the infrastructure that is needed in order to stabilize this country. I don't have a rich background as you may do because of your area of expertise, but what I can say to the person that is sitting right now on the bus, at the market, in the classrooms, or wherever they may be, there is no way a responsible government can just push aside a court order that demands that we compensate for wrong that has been done. I think what gets to me most as well is the fact that this particular wrong has a daily interest rate. We are not in a position to continue to sustain that daily interest rate. And hence I say I stand to support it because a responsible government would do everything possible to rid itself of this kind of scourge. I certainly know when I have a bill that is pending, I want to execute responsibly. And that is what this government is about. And I commend that they are moving forward in order to address this problem. And we will therefore continue to put the mechanisms in place so that we do not walk this road again.
I recognize Senator Bevin Paul.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I rise to make my contributions to the Belize International Service Limited Settlement Bill 2022. Madam President, as I listen to the presentation of our colleagues, it's really an eye-opener because a lot of bad decisions have been made before, but we have to face the reality now. And the fact is, if there wasn't a court order, Madam President, we would not be here. Because any contractual obligations that is breached has repercussions, and this is one of them that we're facing today. This is just one of the examples that was done by, again, the UDP administration. Madam President, the CCJ hears appeals as the final court, both in civil and criminal matters, and is the highest court of the land, which means every other option to settle the claim has been exhausted. So obviously, Madam President, the UDP knew this was coming, but they didn't want to deal with it because they didn't want to face the reality of the Belizean people. In regards to takeover by the UDP, the court made its judgment that the UDP not only acted illegally, but that their actions violated the standards of the Belize Constitution, the rule of law, and good governance. Thus, Madam President, these actions are very dangerous to Belize economically and developmentally. The world and other investors are watching us closely. Madam President, we are a country that is governed by law, and a country we must abide by these laws. And this is what our government is about. As a responsible government, the Prime Minister of Belize, the Honorable John Briceño, put the best minds to negotiate this reality and successfully came to an amicable solution that would save the Belizean people millions of dollars. The question has been asked, why now and why this lump sum? Madam President, again, the court ruled and we must pay. If we don't pay and start to kick the can down the road, as the Barrow administration did with BTL, Madam President, the interest rates would skyrocket, anywhere from 4,000 to 17,000 a day, the annual salary of a normal Belizean. This, Madam President, we cannot afford. So if we continue to kick the can down the road, we may end up paying double, triple the amount that we should pay now. So why now, Madam President? These are the reasons why. Because we cannot afford to be building more interest on the amount that we must pay. So it's best to pay now and save millions of dollars rather than to kick the can down the road and pay, as like I said, more than we should, as was done with BTL, Madam President. Madam President, I reiterate that we must follow the rule of law, we must restore confidence in our legal system, and we must do our best interest for the Belizean people, Madam President. This is one time this is a tough decision because we know the realities that our Belizean people are facing, but we also know that we have obligations by the court that we need to abide by. And Madam President, this is one time we must, again, do the right thing and follow the rule of law. Thank you.
I recognize. Do I ask Leader of Government Business to wrap up?
For age before beauty, but.
I recognize Senator Janelle Tenona.
Thank you. Good morning. I will ask your permission, please, Madam President, to refer to my notes because I do have a couple things I want to make sure I get correct. And I thank the other senators for going through some of the history, so I will not relate, but I will share for context that I had some very personal intersections with this, and I want to frame those so that everyone can appreciate where I land at the conclusion of this. We've talked at length about how the country is here again at another payment for an agreement made by the government of Belize. In this case, it's the ship registry and the company's registries. And I want to thank Dr. Ben, I won't mispronounce his name, and Mr. Espat. I didn't have the benefit of Mr. Waite, but for their briefing involved in this, because I do think it was helpful. But I will be candid and say that while I thank them for their service to negotiate the outcome that they achieved, I told them plain and straight I was sick to my stomach at that presentation because, as others have shared, the context of it in that at a time when so many were working with so little, we were possibly entertaining the idea of paying up to $17,000 a day in interest. And that I found, to use an earlier word used, appalling. And as we've heard, because apparently we've signed a waiver of sovereign immunity, we're not in a position to refuse to pay these damages because, again, we've heard where in prior instances that has not been the case, and that we've come and said, well, we need National Assembly approval, and because we didn't get it, we won't pay. And I will share that I did ask specifically if it is the case that anything else will come out of the, sorry.
May proceed, Senator.
Oh. Thank you, Mr. President. I'll apologize in advance if I say Madam. But I did ask, and I will ask the Leader of Government Business to share in the closing if there are any other payments that will come out of the woodwork in the future. I, for one, don't like surprises. I was told, and it's yet to be confirmed, that there is some offsetting of taxes for an earlier related to another payment that the government is obligated to, that we haven't paid, but that there is some payments towards it. But I do think at this point we have to be asking if anything else that was done earlier is to come out of, have to come into the light of day yet. I want to say that when I got the material, a couple things jumped out immediately in terms of when the CCJ made the ruling in August 2020, and I was told that, you know, everyone involved, the FinSec, the Assistant Solicitor General, and others were fully seized of this matter. You know, I guess because of where we come from in our sector, we thought, you know, that would have been treated with some sense of priority. And because, again, this interest is looming large on a daily basis, how can we not prioritize? I was told that, well, it was eventually prioritized, and that's why we are here where we are. But for the record, our sector does feel, again, that perhaps more dedicated effort could have been made to that to wrap it up even more quickly, because, again, at a time when so many were dealing with so much and managing so very little, to have that reality set in is appalling. I also think that, as has been called out, looking at our history, all the damages paid in respect to other agreements, hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars, force us to look at that history to make sure that we don't repeat it. Because at the end of the day, we keep seeing this vicious cycle emerge. And as I look at this case study now, and I confirm the original agreement from 1993 to 2003, and then I looked at the chronology of the 2 years after the 2003 agreement signed, and I looked at that date, and something triggered in my memory, and I thought, what is it about this date? What is it about this date? And in 2005, I was a journalist, and I did some quick research, and I found that between January 2005 and April 2005 is when all of us had to bear witness to some of the most, I will say, heart-wrenching moments in our young democracy. I can tell you I was out in the steps of the National Assembly here when there were skirmishes happening with the police and protesters, and elected officials were getting hit in the head with rocks and rubber bullets, and if I think about it hard enough, I can even feel the tear gas. And I thought, wow, this was, you know, a really turbulent time. And again, in terms of priority, I'm just thinking, why that date? So again, I dig a little further, and I realized that the date of the agreement being extended by the additional 7 years is Good Friday. And I think to myself, which red-blooded Belizean works on Good Friday of Easter weekend? And it's trying to temper my emotion lest I be accused of being emotional. But it just, the color of the context is so important, so that when we look at these things, it is not just that we signed an agreement and we got into an arrangement and now we're stuck, we have to pay. It is that we need to realize that when you look at these things, we have to look at the full picture. The details matter. And how is it that this agreement was signed on a Good Friday, and now we're at the point where we have to pay millions and millions of dollars at a time when we can least afford it, when we're just trying to get back up on our feet and move forward? And I don't know if there's anything good about that Friday agreement there, Bishop. So that was my first kind of glitch. And I do encourage people to go back and remind themselves, and maybe the media at some point will do a rehash of where things were and where emotions were. And if memory serves, that tension was because of another agreement related to telecommunications. So there was a lot going on with some of the same players involved. So again, in terms of the whys, it's important, not just the how we got here, but the why we got here. And reference was made earlier to the Finance and Audit Reform Act. And again, in terms of dates and chronologies, 2005 was when the Finance and Audit Reform Act was signed. And I don't have too active an imagination, but I can only think that that was being anticipated. And I don't want to presuppose or assume that maybe because of what the Finance and Audit Reform Act would have stipulated, why there was a rush to do that on a Good Friday, on a holiday weekend. I don't know. I need to know. I think every Belizean deserves to know. So I'm asking to know. And then again, I fast forward, I said this June 2013, again, I'm remembering because at the time now I'm working as a freelance consultant and I'm actually working for the organization I work for now as a consultant, and we're hearing about all of these instances on the high seas for Belizean flag vessels of ship-to-ship contact between ships that should not be in contact, and all of these situations that are landing Belize in quote-unquote bad books with the EU. And I'm remembering when I joined Oceana in 2014, in January 2014, and we had a board meeting, I had the occasion to meet Maria Damanaki, the EU commissioner at the time, and have a conversation with her about this because Belize was in such an issue with regulation and monitoring of the ship registry that we were being placed on a list with I think 8 or 9 other countries, and it could have de-escalated to a point where we would have gotten perhaps imports banned, and it would have economically hurt us in other areas because of what these flagged vessels were doing on the high seas. So I was very interested to know about the timing of this because to my recollection, when it was presented that the office of this Imarabe of the ship registry was being moved into the Prime Minister's office, it was billed as, here EU, I am signaling to you how important this registry and compliance with this registry is. That's why I'm moving it into the Prime Minister's office and making sure that it gets the attention it deserves and it gets the oversight and that is communicated. And that was actually taken into account when Belize was eventually removed from that list. And everybody celebrated on it. I think there was actually at one point a checklist that we had to comply with nationally to make sure that monitoring and regulations were at a point. But if I read the documents correct and if I'm informed correctly, none of that played into our disagreement at the courts with the management of the registry. And I don't know why, if that wasn't a factor indeed. I don't know if Belize didn't make a strong enough case, but to my mind, from the out looking in, that certainly should have been a point that maybe Belize should have been compensated for being put in that category of quote unquote the bad books internationally. So while some of the details and some of the context are still pending, I can't help but feel, and I was trying to land at what exactly I'm feeling, because at one point I was thinking the system is broken. The system is broken. And then I had an epiphany. I said, no, the system isn't broken. The system is working exactly how it's been designed to work. And as other colleagues have put, the primary outcome of the current system is that the taxpayer will always be the one having to pick up the bill. So I put to this chamber, to this country, we have to change the system. And I don't know how else to do that, but constructively, peacefully, but urgently. Because I will call out, I've been waiting to hear. I haven't heard in the lower house or here or in the media, I haven't heard any of the elected officials or the opposition that, and here is how we'll make sure we say this goes no further. I haven't heard that. So maybe this will be one of those rare moments of bipartisan unity that going forward, we will identify very quickly how this administration, with its supermajority, can make the changes where we need to make now in the Constitution or in the subsidiary laws to change the system. because the system is not broken. It is working how was designed. And I have to speak to this history, and if I could, I would shout it not just from the rooftops, but from Victoria Peak, because we have to realize that, and I'm not, it's so interesting, for lack of a better adjective, that so many people were cognizant today of the oath that we have taken as senators. Because this morning I felt the same push, that at what point do we really and truly live out without fear or favor, affection or ill will? That we call the spade a spade, and that we figure out what needs to change and we do it. And I really wouldn't like that the pushback or the criticism to this is, oh, well, if you all can't do it, you run for office, or if you don't like it, you know, do whatever. We can't have academic discussions and meaningfully move forward together if that is the only way. But I will immediately concede, based again on the history, I don't know if it can come from the elected bodies. So maybe it has to come from the electorate, because as Senator Smith says, we can't do the same thing and expect a different result. And because my sector is constructive and solution-based, we do have some recommendations that I want to share with you all, that I will take back to my senator and to the Belizean people in terms of changes. And I have to agree with the others who have said that it has to be at the Constitution, because despite the chest beating that we've been doing about following rule of law, it seems we've also been cherry picking which laws we're going to follow. And I'm not comfortable with that. And I think the changes have to be desperate, because we are in desperate times. And I think that we can look at changes that would make it that all agreements made between the government and investors be subject to public approval, direct public approval, before signing or execution. Changes that will require, if agreements are signed without that public approval, that any damages or liabilities that arise from those agreements not publicly endorsed would then incur personal liabilities for the signatories. We already have precedents for this in local law. Personal liability is attached to things like board membership. We already have local laws that speak to anti-money laundering activities, anti-money laundering compliance officers that are personal to this. And I don't know exactly how it will be taken, but I do, because too often these types of recommendations are dismissed. They're laughed at, they're dismissed as childish. And I will also be transparent and say that someone from the current administration met me recently and said, you know, I'm looking forward to this constitutional reform commission business, because we're going to get rid of all our no. And I said, what do you mean? He said, oh, you know, all of you social partner senators, we need an elected Senate. That was the outcome from the last time. And I don't know if that was said in jest or if there was some truth to the jest, because as the saying goes, in vino veritas. But I do take the point that it is the social partners today here yet again calling out, we cannot continue as before. And it is not that, oh, where were you when, or I didn't hear when this. It can't continue like that. The system is not broken. It is designed to work this way. And if we're serious about it, we have to change the system. And we are here as social partners, as non-governmental bodies, as civil society, saying we want to be a part of that meaningful change. But we will not do this two-step, oh, but you're forgetting this, oh, but we don't have this law. No, because we have so many laws. We hear it all the time. Belize has some of the best laws in the world, and it's already there. We just need to work it. And then you find out, oh, but it's not resourced, oh, but it's not this, oh, but it's not that. It's not working. So can we fact check ourselves and hip check ourselves and make sure that we're making the changes where we want them to be, where we need them to be? Because Senator Kal is right. The world is watching. And those potential investors and some of our same familiar investors, they're learning from all of these cases. They're following the lead and making sure, oh, when this happened, they didn't have that, but then when this one pushed to get this, they have that in play. They're taking notes. How do we make sure that together, collectively, we make sure that Belize sets its own development agenda, that Belize gets the one for the win? Because that really needs to be who wins, Belize. And I am tired, I'm sorry. I'm tired of hearing poor Belize. I do not believe Belize is poor. I think we've made some really poor decisions, but we are rich in so many ways. And we can do better. We know we have to do better. We have some of the most brilliant minds in Belize. We can figure this out. We hear it all the time. We're small enough that we could lead by example. So my recommendation again is that we look seriously at constitutional amendments. And I commit here publicly that I will do personally everything I can, wherever I can, to make sure that we never find ourselves in this position again. And right now, if it's required, I am also prepared personally to go door to door to document the public's position on this. Because I do not believe that this is just my priority. And I do not believe that these concerns can be or should be ever dismissed. Changing the way the system works is not just our collective responsibility, it is our moral obligation. We cannot afford to keep doing the same thing and expect a different result. We must change the system. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Piscifako.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just have a few comments to make in connection with the bills. I think we are all sharing the same views in connection with this bill. It certainly is a bitter pill to swallow. But as Senator Kal, I think, pointedly stated, this is a matter of bad decisions having been made. In fact, this is the culmination of a series of bad decisions having been made. We have to make the right decision in the circumstances. We have to make the best of this bad situation. When we look at these bad decisions that have been made over the years, it's mind-boggling, the numbers. BTL, the government paid out $564 million for BTL, a company that the government's own expert valuators valued at around $72 million. 564 for something that's worth less than $100 million. We're talking about $76 million today, but a few years ago, that was what was passed before the Senate. $564 million. Bad decision. The Belize Bank matter. that note, the court ended up ordering $90 million. At the outset, that was about 10 million US, $20 million. We ended up having to pay $90.7 million. Now we're here dealing with BISL. And what is our exposure on this BISL? If we don't progress this, what is our exposure? We're talking about as much as $180 million. If we don't make decisions, the costs go up. When that 564 million settlement was made, roughly $250 million of that is interest. When we look at the Belize Bank, over $50 million of that is interest. This BISL, if we don't make a decision, we're talking about $20, $30 million more in interest. As leaders, we're here to make decisions in the best interests of the public, not to ignore and avoid. We have to deal with the difficult decisions. We have to make the right decisions in the circumstances. We have to make the best of these bad situations. So before us today, there are many issues, many concerns raised over these agreements and how the context behind it. But the fact of the matter is, we are here today to deal with a decision on a settlement. What is in the best interest of Belize today? We speak of the rule of law, and yes, we are a country governed by the rule of law. And I think it is unanimous that we have here today cited our respect and our commitment to following through on the rule of law. While we have that as our leading beacon, the fact remains we have numbers, we have money that we have to speak to. We do not look at these decisions in isolation. We have to look at these decisions with all other relevant factors being taken into consideration. Over the past year and a half, going on to 2 years, we have done much work in turning around what was a disastrous state of public finance. But we do not look at just the immediate term. We have to look at the long term. We have to look at the future. I think Senator Bengoshe spoke about what will we leave for the young, for their future. And I think as parents, many of us here as parents, do we prefer that our kids take on the sacrifice or that we take the sacrifice? This is that decision. All of us have our own sets of considerations. We all look for the best interests of the Belizean public. But if it is that we are to take on a sacrifice, it is better that we do, so that we may make a better future for our children and our children's children. This, at its very essence, is what this decision is about today. Today, we have to decide whether we will pay $76.5 million or we expose ourselves to paying $180 million plus the cost of that at interest rate of 6% per annum. That's another $6 million plus per annum on top of that capital cost. So I think from a decision standpoint, there is much to be saved for our children's future by making a decision now, by making this discounted settlement now. There's not much more than that we need to consider at this point in time. But I would like to concur in the comments at the same time made by the social partner senators in particular, that there is a time for us to make our leaders accountable. This is what this constitutional reform effort must entail, because no longer should we allow decisions like the BTL decision, where we as a country lose $500 million in value overnight because of the bad decisions of our leaders being made. So I just would like to settle on this, Madam President, that for us on this side, this is simply a matter of making the best of a bad situation. A bitter pill to swallow, but a decision that we have to make in the interests of the Belizean people. Thank you.
Madam President, I rise to wind up the debate. I just want to very quickly respond to a few issues that were mentioned, because I think the record needs to be clear. I think two senators referred to the 1993 agreement as secret. There is no secret agreement. The registries were established as a public matter, and this existed for years and years and years, for 20 years before all of this happened. Secondly, Senator Tony Herrera, asked the question, why the urgency to pay now? And as I said, first of all, on the 6th of August 2020, there's a specific CCJ judgment that says this matter is to be dealt with expeditiously. Secondly, as I said in my presentation, Justice Arana adjourned the matter and told the parties to go and settle the matter. Thirdly, as has been pointed out by everyone, exorbitant interest continues to accrue on this liability. So there was every good reason to move forward in trying to settle the debt in the way it has been negotiated. What Cabinet was informed by our negotiators is, as has been alluded to by a number of persons, why not stretch it out and let's say 3 or 4 payments over some months or years? Two things. One, that was explored very fully, and BISL contention was, well, then I won't agree on that principal amount since I have to wait for my money. I want a larger amount, plus interest would then continue to accrue, and therefore it was not advisable in the interest of the Belizean people. Senator Tony Herrera also raised the question of the no foreign exchange and the no taxes on the payment. Senator, this matter was ventilated in court. BISL is an international business company, and by law, it is exempt from exchange control and exempt from taxes. That was tested in court, and the court said no taxes are payable on these amounts or any income to them. Senator Chanona raised the question of the quote-unquote bad books that we were in and the mismanagement of the registries by BISL, that the European Union had us on a list, etc., etc. I can tell you as a matter of fact that in this case, the government contended that BISL had mismanaged the registries. The day before trial, Mr. Dennis Barrow, senior counsel for the government, called me and said, we cannot prove it. We withdraw and abandon all allegations of mismanagement against BISL. If you don't believe me, read the judgment of Justice Arana. Ladies and gentlemen, colleague senators, when I said at the very beginning that this is a bitter pill for us all to settle, and I think every senator that took the floor concurs with that, including those representing the government. And when one looks at blame and who is to blame, there's a lot of blame to go around. And we don't need to ventilate that today. We are where we are. But as a part of the argument for constitutional reform, for political reform, one of the issues that especially the social partners stress is a question of accountability and a question of holding people responsible. Madam President, Dr. Joratowicz, who was advising the government of Belize, wrote to the Attorney General, Senator Perifit, who is not here. Advised the government to settle this matter. And I want to take the extraordinary step in quoting from that email, in part. He set out a table, row 1, 2, 3, 4, of what potential liability the government was likely to face. And row 3, he says the likely exposure of the government was 112 million Belize dollars. So let's just call that 64, 65 million US dollars. He sets out his argument and he then said, there is a good chance that such an argument would not succeed, meaning an argument that the government would run. That would mean damages in the order of those shown in row 3, $65 million. Putting in the new evidence potentially settles a claim for 89 million or less, an amount more difficult for the government, since if the new evidence is admitted and thus becomes available to the claimant, they will of course take the point. Actual performance exceeds the existing claim. That being so, there are, we think, very good reasons to try to settle the claim, if at all possible. BISL claimed 89 million in 2015, and now being ordered to pay $112 million is entirely possible, even likely. Let me repeat that. The advice from the government's lead counsel is that $65 million is entirely possible, even likely to be ordered against the government of Belize. Today, we are being asked to settle for $38 million. It is in the financial interest of the people of Belize to settle this debt on the basis of the negotiations, having regard to the litigation risk that this country is exposed to. Let me conclude, Madam President, by saying this. I agree, particularly with the social partners, Senator Coy, Senator Bennett, Senator Cal, who call for reform, who call for accountability, who call for good governance. We have an opportunity to ensure that something like this does not happen again. But we have to be frank and not run away from the truth. I quoted this earlier. CCJ said, indeed, a simple amendment could very likely have rectified this issue regarding where the money is collected or to be paid, if that was in truth and in fact what the government genuinely wanted to do. Who should be held accountable for not choosing a simple amendment to the contract? Madam President, who should be held accountable for the interest that has accrued since Dr. Geratowicz advised the Attorney General to settle this matter? Who should be held accountable for that interest? Who should be held accountable for the additional legal fees that the government incurred since they were advised to settle it? Who, Madam President, senators, who should be held accountable for instructing a public officer accompanied by police officers to Gestapo-style walk into a business and say, we are here to take it over? Who should be held accountable for that? You see, when we talk sometimes we sound theoretical. I didn't hear any social partner, as they ought to have done, to call the names of those who did those acts. If we want accountability, if we want transparency, if we want this not to happen again, then we should start right here and now with identifying the persons who took these decisions and calling them to account. You see, I hear muttering over there about who signed the agreement. That is to deny reality. It is to deny reality, Madam President. This agreement, as has been said by every single person, was signed in 1993 and was unlawfully broken in 2013. PUP and UDP were in power. So if the UDP believed that something was wrong with the agreement, the question is, what did they do? The CCJ said a simple amendment could have cured it. They chose not to. As I said, there was no evidence in this, no argument made by the United Democratic Party that the commercial terms, which Senator Kevin Herrera went into in great detail, as saying that it was unfair to Belize, never once did the United Democratic Party complain about it. Never once. This matter went all the way to the CCJ. That was never their complaint. When it came to mismanagement, they pled it, they led evidence, and on the day before trial, they said, we abandon that, we can't prove it, we make no allegation of mismanagement. So, Madam President, I say, if we are all for reform, where does the reform start? By holding those who are accountable for what has been described as illegal, unconstitutional, arbitrary, and a coup d'etat? Do we hold those who are responsible, who have failed to settle something when the lawyer said, settle this thing? Or are we not ready to deal with that? Madam President, this is a very bitter pill to swallow. But we are where we are. And I hope, and I genuinely wish to engage social partners in exploring the ways in which we can protect the taxpayers of this country. The words of Senator Bengoshe, our children, future of this country, from having to come to the Senate and feel, in fact, that we have a gun pointed at our head, forcing us to say yes. That when, in fact, we come here to approve the payment of a judgment, we feel that, in fact, okay, we had a dispute, we had a hearing, and we genuinely lost. Today, we feel that we must. We feel that we're being compelled to do it because of circumstances which could have been avoided. But we cannot bury our head in the sand. We need to approve the payment in my respectful submission. And I ask, Madam President, for the support of the honorable senators, and I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the questions are that the bill for an act to facilitate the implementation of the terms of a deed of settlement between the Government of Belize International Services Limited, arising from the debt owed by the government in satisfaction of the Belize International Services Limited claim and the Belize International Services Limited litigation cost, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, and the bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March, 2023, be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Bill for an act to facilitate the implementation of the terms of a deed of settlement between the government and Belize International Services Limited, arising for the debt owed by the government in satisfaction of the Belize International Services Limited claims and the Belize International Services Limited litigation costs, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March, 2023.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to move a second reading of a bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March, 2023. Madam President, the bill and its schedule are before the honorable senators, which details what this expenditure is for.
I recognize Senator Beverly Williams.
Madam President, I don't see the details. I see numbers here. And if I start at the first sheet, Court of Appeal, $303,000. We had a budget in March. Well, so I'm asking the question, $303,000, what is that for? The second item, Central Administration, the Ministry of Finance. What attracts my attention, $500,000. And it says travel and subsistence. Senator Kevin Herrera said earlier that we may never be able to go on those yachts or fly in the private jet, but we certainly can't fly, indeed, in first class as they do. We go coach. And so, Madam Speaker, again, we're looking at how we manage the government finances. On that third item, and this is all recurrent expenditure, Central Administration, and it says Ministry of Economic Development. The only thing that's missing from there is salaries. Everything else there, travel and subsistence, material and supplies, operating costs, public utilities, and again, what attracts my attention, $18,000 for rent and leases. Well, I'm wondering if this is a new section being set up, who's getting that contract, and again, the vision, we just had a budget in March. We look to the other items, which of course comes under capital expenditure, Cap 2 expenditure. And we know where that comes from. It's the excess from the revenues versus the expenditure. That's Cap 2 project, so it's still government's money. That's not the grants. And then the second item there is purchase of vehicles, $750,000. We're just getting in trouble, Madam President, for talking out of place on vehicles. 750, what are we buying that for? Capital improvement to building, $72,000, Ministry of Education. Which building? Which one of the government buildings? And again, the concern is the procurement process and whether we're going to follow the Finance and Audit Act and ensure that we get the best contractor in for that one. Subsidies, we're a government of subsidies now. Bread and fuel. I leave the bread for Tony, my colleague here, Senator Herrera. I don't eat bread, by the way. So, doctor said not to do it. Sorry, Tony, I can't buy bread from your bakery, but I'm hoping that the subsidy on fuel includes, I see it, line item under the Ministry of Tourism, I believe. And I'm hoping that the taxmen are involved, are included in this. But more so, Madam President, we could have easily budgeted $250,000 here because it's $750 for that San Pedro concert plus $250 would have given us the $1 million. $750 for a concert that didn't even break even. And then, Madam President, I noticed that Senator Courtney was quick on his feet for a disclaimer in terms of not having received any monies from the settlement agreement. Well, I'm going to start to put a kind of disclaimer. Don't ask me the question on why I didn't do it when I was there. Because I didn't budget any money, we didn't budget any money, but Lot Development, Mile 8. Mile 8 is a community, and I saw on some chat groups sitting here, some people are upset that it is even classified here. I didn't ask them, I saw it. It's not Mile 8, it's Western Paradise Village. 3 communities, which is the original development on the left-hand side coming up, Sunset Park, and then Western Pines. But my concern, Madam President, is for Sunset, I had the opportunity to fly, not the best, in one of those little jump seats with the pilot. And I was looking down and I asked, what is that down there? It's pure water, you see the houses. He says, oh, that's the Mile 8 area. And I said, who do that? Who builds a community in the middle of the swamp? It's known as Westlake. And so when the flooding comes in, that place is flooded. And if we do not put in the proper infrastructure, then we will have a lot of problems in the Mile 8 community. That is the community that is represented in part of my constituency. Yes, Senator Courtney, it's part of my constituency. And whatever you want to say, Senator Montejo, but I represent the people in there. The drains, we are going to do lots development and we build another sinkhole if we do not put in the proper infrastructure in the current areas where they are. So for me, Madam President, I look at this supplementary. It's all a big game where there's no money again for the protection of the social safety nets. Nothing in here for human development. And so I look at it as utter rubbish. Cannot support it, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Colette Montejo.
Madam President, I gladly support this supplementary, but I want to highlight, and I'm not going to go on the negative side in my thing today. I'm not going to even, I want to highlight the 75,000 allocated to the National Sports Council. Oh, you're just a seat, Tony. Yeah, that's for transport. That's the fuel subsidy. All right. Madam President, the National Sports Council undertook a national basketball tournament. All of us are aware that sports took a beating during COVID, apart from other aspects of our society. And this basketball tournament, I deem it a tremendous success because it brought out a series of things that's important for us to note. One, refocus on youth and sports. The Mexico Center 2 weeks ago was jam-packed to capacity with young people from all over the country, all different ages, participating in something fairly healthy. This past weekend, Madam President, the Raja Stadium hosted the National Softball Tournament after 2 years of recess. And I have to commend the Belize City Beacons. You know, Belize City has been dominating sports recently, and I have to. I feel tied to Kaya and I feel tied to Belize City because they are both home. But the Belize City Beacons emerged champion in the softball tournament this weekend, and Belmopan Bandits or Easy Tunes came in second. There were teams from Cookie Tree, San Lazaro, Roaring Creek, Doublehead Cabbage, Guinea Grass, that came together in the national tournament. Madam President, I like the fact that 75 was allocated for the national basketball, the conclusion of the national basketball tournament. But as I stand here, I want to echo the words because sports, for the most part, is neglected and was neglected under the last administration, big time. Some facilities were overpriced and poorly constructed, many of them not even finished. But that aside, we need to do more as a people and as a government, and I will sing that. Because when you see these young people out there playing their hearts out, listening to the fans and realizing that this is a positive avenue. And another thing struck me on both weekends, Madam President, the media, and yes, I will sing this out, the media will drive miles to cover a murder. And give a lot of emphasis to this. But they will not show up to cover these crucial, positive sporting events. I have to use this platform also to commend the national channel, Next Gen and Brother Pete Lizaraga, because it seems that they are the only media house now carrying sports. I remember Channel 5, many of us will remember James Ardley, Ja overall. This is James Ardley. That's gone. We need to bring it back, Channel 5. Love FM, Ruben Morales in Glacier. Every Monday morning you used to look forward to it to get all the results of all the sporting activities over the weekend from all over the country. That's gone. Come on, Love FM. We need to bring those back. So I know that a lot leans on the National Sports Council and the Ministry of Youth and Sports, but as a nation, as a people, we got to do more. All right? Semi-pro football is back. The Premier League is back. Verdes went to El Salvador to represent us. Didn't do as well, but guess what? They made it to the second round. Our young people out there with volleyball. Sports is coming back, and this government is committed to doing more. So I see 75,000 here, but I'm looking forward to the days when I see more, a lot more, for sports for our young people. I support this bill, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Antonio Herrera.
Thank you, Madam President. First of all, I will say I agree with the Senator Montejo on sports, and I also agree that $75,000 is too little, my brother. I expected to see more on sports. We promote sports in the North big time, so I would encourage you to also sing that like what you like to say, right? Sing it so that we can enjoy sports more in this beloved jewel of ours. Also, I will agree with one more thing before I move to the other topic, is audit. I agree when you said earlier that we need to have the audit in this country first and foremost. All of this we're seeing here requires audit afterwards. I don't remember, right, and I will stand corrected, that on the last supplementary or the one before we came and we did pass the bill for the $5 million for the referendum, which is not taking place anymore. So maybe that, no? Is it yes or no? I think we passed that $5 million for that, right? So maybe we can bring it to sports. Anyway, I will move on to the bread subsidy. Very dear to me, my brother, very dear to me. Correction, I was longing for this opportunity to cry for the bakers of this country. Yes, sir, I will support it. Damn, that is not even a question. I will support it. But all I am saying is that this took 90 days when it was first, what? They like use the term knock chest, when the Minister of Culture knock a chest and say, the PUP, the UDP, the wait out there for me to raise the 16 ounce, but we and give one 25-cent subsidy next day. 90 days, no, you know, we still not get a subsidy. But let me tell you something more important to that. The price of flour. Since that subsidy was set from $84 to $102.50. That's a big increment. So that shilling gets swallowed. Just like the holes of Corozal Street. Bops, you drop it, it's gone. Just like that. So we welcome the 25 cents, but we would say, you know what? That is gone. That is consumed already. And not only the price of flour hurts the bakers, because the bakers get it at a cheaper price than what the consumers would end up getting that flour. They get it more expensive. And to me, yes, bread is a staple, but flour is even more a staple, because when you can't afford to buy a packed bread, you buy a pound of flour and you do Johnny cake, fried jack, and tortilla. Madam President, since that famous speech, not only the flour has gone up, the yeast, the shortening, everything has gone up. So 25 cents is really insignificant, but I will not be ungrateful not to receive it. And I'm smiling, right? I will not be ungrateful not to receive it, but all I am saying that is little, just like sports allocated to the bakers of this country. That's hard work to put daily bread on the table. When you eat one meat pie at $1.75, Madam Speaker, that's one sliced bread, you know, for the poor people. Compare one meat pie where you buy for $1.75, where don't gone up like 3 times. But yet they refuse to acknowledge the hardships of the bakers who increase the controlled 16 ounce from $1.75, which it was increased in 2008 was the last increase. How many things have gone up since then? Right, we do bad. But anyways, we'll move on from that. That is my point when it comes to the bread subsidy. Now we go to the $12 million for the infrastructure of highways and stuff. And as I can recall vividly on Wednesday, this $12 million was allocated because of the floods. $12 million, 2 days, 2 days of rain. This morning when it rained hard, when I come on the road, I hold my head. Because I want to know if we're going to our next million, how much their millions cost we? For what? No, I didn't tell you.
Senators, kindly be reminded.
Right, Madam President.
Kindly be reminded of Standing Order 40. Senators shall maintain silence while another senator is speaking. And
Yes.
shall not interrupt.
Sorry about that. All right. No, I say I stay upon the 12 million, right? 12 million for the floods. That's 12 million for 2 days of rain. That is what cost us. $12 million. That is what is allocated here on the infrastructure, right? So, again,
Senator, may I ask that you kindly be reminded again of Standing Order 40? You may proceed, Senator.
Thank you. We go again to the fuel subsidy. Then we have a $800 fuel subsidy for sports. 800 and change. And all right, 800 and change. That's why we need the audit in these questions. We need the audit. And last but not least, Madam President, I don't see anything for the health system. And the nurses are out there picketing, protesting, and meeting with the media, and yet we don't have anything for the nurses in here. Zero. Nothing for health. In this supplement, yeah, maybe we can come back again for another supplementary for the health system, because honestly, the nurses out there are picketing, and I don't see anything in here. Nothing to say that we're going to put something to the health department. It's very important to the development of our country. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Bevin Cow. We need the mic for
Thank you, Madam President. Yeah, thank you, Madam President. I'm a bit confused if Senator Herrera supported the bill or not, Madam President, because initially he supported the bread one and then he went on to criticize the others. So you're confused like your party? All right, good. Madam President, I'm a bit appalled by the comments of Senator Williams, because she called this supplementary a what? A rubbish, utter rubbish. But yet her colleague is happy to hear about the subsidy for bread. And she also went on to say that she doesn't eat bread. I see why. But Madam President, calling sports and the support for young people $75,000 utter rubbish is a slap in the face for the young people. That is a total disgrace of her comments. Rubbish, again, bread subsidy, 1,500,000. Again, that's a slap in the face for the Belizean people who are clamoring, and especially the bakers who are clamoring for subsidies so that they can, regulate the cost of bread. Fuel subsidy for the Ministry of Tourism. Madam President, tourism is the backbone of our economy, and we must support it. If the Honorable Senator is calling this rubbish, again, Madam President, this is a slap in the face of the tourism industry. Lot development in Mile 8. Madam President, land is really important for Belizean people. Land creates opportunities, land brings wealth, and $2 million is not enough, but the government is supporting the poor Belizean people that needs it, and we're happy that we're supporting that. And again, Madam President, this is the Senator Williams called this rubbish again. That's how they think of the Belizean people. $12 million rehabilitation of major highway and road. 2 days of rain, like Senator Herrera said, did major damage because your government did a horrible job in building these streets and highways. Of course, one culvert, decking one culvert, that cuts all the passageway from north to south. Huh? So please, you guys did a good job, then we might not have to ask for more money. But Madam President, it's really appalling that, and it's a slap in the face of the Belizean people to call this supplementary utter rubbish. And I hope the Belizean people are taking note, especially the Belizeans who will be given lots at Mile 8, the Belizean people, the bakers, who will be receiving $1.5 million subsidy, and of course to the young people. I hope that we're looking at these people and what they're saying about us. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Bishop Alvin Bengusha.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I wish to make my contribution to the supplementary appropriation before us this afternoon. Madam President, I look at the figure for national sports and the National Sports Council, and as was mentioned, while I would like to commend it, and as mentioned, maybe a little more could have been tapped in. I'm always concerned, however, let me begin by stating that I'm always concerned, as the social partners have pointed out earlier, about the supplementals before us. But I do recognize that from time to time it becomes necessary, especially in the emergency area of rains and floods and any other natural disaster that might come before us. So I do recognize that. This supplementary is before us, and as I started, I want to speak to national sports. And while I heard Senator Montejo, he made reference to some major sporting activities and those sports that I suppose are popular in the country, be it football or basketball. May I remind him also, and he mentioned also softball, but some sports that I am very interested in, such as boxing. You know, we must continue to support something like boxing. When I was growing up as a young man, that has always been my first love, still is. And I don't want to go into history because I might begin to reveal my age. But there was a time when boxing itself was, young people were drawn to boxing. And in fact, to be honest with you, a lot of young men came out of poverty because of boxing itself. And so I just want us to be aware of a sport like boxing that we can begin to promote. Again, I'm certain that Minister Usher would agree with me because we ended up at one boxing event recently. Not that we were boxing each other, but we both agreed on the beautiful competition that was put on for that boxing tournament. And then there are sports such as bodybuilding. And I know that the bodybuilders had some complaints recently. And I think these are some sports that we ought to encourage in our country because both for male and female, they continue to excel in these areas. In fact, as I followed bodybuilding, some of them came back with gold medals and bronze medal recently. And I think that they should be encouraged. And so as we look at supplementals and as we look at the budget for sports, as we said, it can be more, but I just believe that it must also include those sometimes sporting events that we do not pay as much attention to. I want to, Madam President, also make mention of the Minister of Infrastructure and the lot development at Mile 8. It is something that I certainly support. There are a number of persons, in fact, that area can now be called the suburbs of Belize City and will continue to develop. And so I want to commend the ministry for the kind of development that is taking place in that area. There is one additional thing I want to say. I know the church, even before this present government came into being, it was something that the church thought was important. And so as we sat down with the now Prime Minister, we pointed that out to him quite early, that it is something that should be taken into consideration as far as his government is concerned. And I'm happy that they are acting on it. I think the Deputy Prime Minister should also be commended for the work that he is doing in this area and making lands available to the Belizean public. And so I want to commend that area. And also, Madam President, the bread subsidy. As a senator representing the church, I want to commend that because it goes to the epitome, the bottom line of the common Belizean, and the fact that we should be able to, as in the past, buy an affordable loaf of bread. And so I think that that part should also be commended. I thank you very much.
I recognize Senator Elena Smith.
Just one quick comment as we go through this supplementary appropriation bill. I'd just like to bring to our attention, maybe we are at number 3, and we are just, 5 months in, Minister, and we are at our 3rd supplementary appropriation. And then to also maybe ask that, in addition to this breakdown that we have here, if especially for the larger sums, if we could be provided with just a bit more information in terms of what those huge amounts, because for example, you are telling me purchase of vehicles for 750,000. One look at that and you would, wow. And so as we had said the last time, those little details are important in us making our decisions. $1 million in fuel for tourism. So those huge sums can be broken down a bit so that we could have a better view, a better picture of what those would be used for so that we can make proper decisions on these matters. I thank you.
I recognize Senator Chris Cowie.
Thank you, Madam President. First and foremost, I would like to apologize to the senators. We're trying to develop a practice of going through an explanation of the different line items before we have the Senate meeting. Unfortunately, in this time, there's too small a window to be able to arrange a meeting, and at the same time, it wasn't a comprehensive or an exhaustive list of items that would have taken too long to go through. So what I'll do is I'll run through some of those major items right now. But you did highlight the concern, and I know that there's a continuing concern over the number of supplementaries. And I would like to speak to that a little bit in the sense that, yes, as Senator Bengoshe highlighted, there are emergency situations that you cannot account for, and so it necessitates a supplementary being brought forward. But at the same time, it's also important to appreciate an approach to managing finances. I think Senator Courtney had alluded to the supplementaries not being something out of the ordinary. An initial budget estimate is what it is, an estimate. And over the fiscal year, adjustments are to be made, and the process to make it is by way of a supplementary. But also there is an economic or financial underpinning as well, and that's about not over budgeting, trying to keep tight to the expenditures so that you more prudently manage your finances. In public finance class, economics of public finance, what would be taught or is taught is that if I budget, let's say $1 million, last year was only 800,000 was the budget. I budget $1 million this year, and you know that if you don't spend that $1 million, you lose. So if you only spend 850, that 150 is lost. Well, what do you expect the incentive to be? The whole $1 million will get spent. So in terms of an approach to budgeting, it's important to keep it tight. And as you move along and it necessitates additional expenditures, having regard, for example, to inflation and the impacts on inflation, then you can make the adjustments, but overall, you keep the expenditure tight. We as a government, historically, when you look at the breakdown of our expenditures relative to GDP, yes, it's high. When you look at our debt as it relates to GDP, yes, it's high, but our financing, our debt servicing is low relative to our counterparts, our colleagues in the Caribbean. Where we have a problem is we spend too much. So a supplementary, or using the supplementary, is a means by which we can manage better the finances as we go through each fiscal year. Now getting to the specifics of this supplementary, and I'll just go right down the list. Under recurring, there's a 313,000 in personal emoluments. That's salaries for the Court of Appeal judges. You might recall we recently passed or we are going through the process to pass the senior courts bill, and that restructures how the Supreme Court and Court of Appeal operates. Effectively, the Chief Justice will now be the head of the Court of Appeal, as well as the Supreme Court. That has an implication financially, but also with respect to the other Court of Appeal judges financially as well. So that is where that comes into play, the adjustment to salaries. In terms of travel and subsistence, from last year to this year and the prior year, the expenditures on travel and subsistence were kept as best as possible to the minimum. But as we have opened up, as we are active in terms of advocating Belize's interests, travel and subsistence has increased, and we have to provide for that increase. The 380,000, that is specifically for the Financial Intelligence Unit. The Belize will be the subject of an anti-money laundering peer review next year, by December of next year, by the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force. And it's critical for us as a country that we get a good review. So this is all about preparing for the peer review that is to come next year. I think some may recall that the last time we did a peer review, well, Belize was clearly not prepared, and we ended up being blacklisted. And the impact of that on our correspondent banking, certainly we have felt. Now we can't afford to have a similar situation going forward, so it's important to invest upfront to make sure that we are prepared for that peer review. The sports, in terms of sports, the highlight on this 75,000, what I would also like to indicate that under Ministry of Finance, the purchase of vehicles at 750,000. Finance handles the acquisition of vehicles for all the ministries. So that 750,000, a number of those vehicles will be for the Ministry of Youth to be able to support sports Ministry of Sports in order to support sports development in each district. In terms of those vehicles, I should add that there is quite a demand for additional vehicles. We have, for example, elections and boundaries as they go through their redistricting exercise. They have indicated a need for 3 vehicles. The MCC, the Millennium Challenge Corporation, they're in need of 1 vehicle. The new Chief Justice designate, there's a need for 1 vehicle. The Amnesty Program, 3 vehicles. Ministry of Education, 3 vehicles. And Ministry of Transport, 5 vehicles. So there's quite a demand. Because of suppressing expenditures last year, we have tried to stretch out in terms of repairing existing vehicles. But in this current year, with especially these new programs that are in place, there is that added demand for additional vehicles. Okay, moving on to CAP 2, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Foreign Trade and Immigration. The $1 million, that's that's a $3 million budget. $1 million has been allocated already. This is the second $1 million to progress that amnesty program. The subsidies, and I'll treat all of them together. The bread subsidy of $1.5 million under agriculture, the $1 million for tourism, that's for the tour operators, and then the 850,000 fuel subsidy under Ministry of Youth, Sports and Transport. That 850 is for the public transport. That was done earlier in the year. Now, the way that those funds are accessed was through the contingency fund. Recall that the government established a contingency fund through the Finance and Audit Reform Amendment Act late last year. And that contingency fund was funded in this current fiscal year with $5 million. Of that $5 million, these subsidies are given the circumstances. These are where those subsidy funds are accessed. But under the Finance and Audit Reform Amendment provision, the government has to come to the House in order to get approval on those same warrants for those subsidies by way of a supplementary appropriation. And so that's why we're here today. So some of that has already been dispersed in the case of the public transportation and the tour operators. Only the bread subsidy is in process, but this is to follow the legislation to make sure that we are compliant. The new green building, 552,000. That's the remaining balance to cover the final payment to the building contractor for that building. Under Ministry of Infrastructure, Senator Bengoshe spoke to the Mile 8 lot development. That's a 1,000 lot development that is being progressed now with these monies, and actually it's $3 million, $2 million that's being allocated under this supplementary, but together with a commitment from the Ministry of Infrastructure to use $1 million of its existing budget estimates to make up that 3 million. And that 3 million is for the infrastructure works to make it resilient. The rehabilitation of the major highways and roads, 12 million, that's the emergency repairs that were required by the Ministry of Infrastructure. And there's a plethora of villages in Belize District, Orange Walk District, and Corozal District that have suffered road infrastructure damages. Most of them are culverts, but there are road works that are necessary. But in Belize, Orange Walk, and Corozal, you have Belize City, Ladyville, Lords Bank, Burrell Boom, Crooked Tree, several villages in the Belize River Valley, Guinea Grass, Yo Creek, Carmelita, Trial Farm, August Pine Ridge, Libertad, Caledonia, Consejo Shores, and Chula Vista, and several more, many more. So that 12 million is for those emergency repairs. The InfoSegura project of the 117,000, that's grant funds donated by UNDP for the Belize Crime Observatory. Finally, moving to the innovation in solid waste management, that's 219,000. That's a grant from the government of Japan, administered by the IDB. It's to be used to design and implement a pilot project in tourist areas to promote the reduction and recovery of solid waste generation. In total, there are around $400,000 in various grants from UNEP for the Initiative for Climate Action Transparency, from UNICEF to strengthen the response services available to migrant families, from UNICEF again to be used for the printing of cyber safety materials for implementation of violence, avoidance of violence against women and girls, returning to learning, parenting, adolescent health, safety and healthy spaces. And under Ministry of Infrastructure CAP 3, there's also a 6.3 million, and that's for the continuance of the Sartaneja road project. That, as you may be aware, is funded by the Taiwanese under a loan. Government really doesn't have access to those funds. Those are paid directly to the implementing agency, OECC. So that is the 6.3 million. And finally, under Ministry of Economic Development, we have as CAP 3 salaries 779,000. That actually is the Millennium Challenge Corporation unit, and that is the Millennium Challenge Corporation paying for those salaries, but we need the authorization of those expenditures. So that's the breakdown of this supplementary. Thank you.
Madam President, colleagues, first of all, I want to thank Senator Koyi for that distillation of what this supplementary relates to. Madam President, I can't allow today to pass to express the serious disappointment of this side with the characterization of this supplementary as utter rubbish. Not only is that unparliamentary, but Madam President, when one looks at what we're talking about, public business, subsidy for bakers, subsidy for tour guides, subsidy for public transport, for the United Democratic Party's lead senator to characterize that as utter rubbish, it is to be condemned. Over $6 million for the completion of the Sartaneja Road, utter rubbish, according to the UDP. We had floods as a result of rain, an act of God. And this government has come for $12 million to respond to the needs of the people, the farmers, the people who are going to school, the people who use the roads, the people who use the bridges across this country, people whose farms have been flooded. And we come here and we are being told that that is utter rubbish. Madam President, there are times when politics is taken too far, and this is one of those occasions. I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2023 be read a second time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it.
The bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2023.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to move a second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Trademarks Act, Chapter 257 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to give effect to the protocol relating to the Madrid Agreement concerning the international registration of marks, the Madrid Protocol, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam President, honorable senators will recall that a few sittings ago, we approved the ratification of the Madrid Protocol. This amendment is to allow for the implementation of the Madrid Protocol. Madam President, I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Trademarks Act, Chapter 257 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to give effect to the protocol relating to the Madrid Agreement concerning the international registration of marks, the Madrid Protocol, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Trademarks Act, Chapter 257 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to give effect to the protocol relating to the Madrid Agreement concerning the international registration of marks, the Madrid Protocol, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to move a second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Hotels and Tourist Accommodation Act, Chapter 285 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for the Minister to make regulations to adjust the rate of accommodation tax to encourage tourism among certain classes of persons and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam President, colleagues of the Senate, this is a straightforward bill. It is adding to the powers of the Minister to set different rates to be paid for hotel tax to be paid by different classes of guests at hotels. It is designed to help the smaller hotel properties and to encourage the development of tourism, Madam President. It enjoys the support, I understand, of the Hotel Association, BTIA.
I recognize Senator Beverly Williams.
Madam President, I will temper my comments and couch them so I do not anger Senator Courtney. It's just a question, Senator Courtney. Maybe if I didn't say what I said earlier, I would not have had the explanation offered by Senator Coy on those line items in the budget. But to encourage tourism among certain classes of persons, who are those classes of persons? It's my understanding that the genesis for this bill was for to promote domestic tourism. So why not give a different rate or a lower rate to Belizeans? Why make the wording so ambiguous? Impose different rates of taxes for different categories of guests. It leaves the door open, Madam President, for indiscretions to be applied in the application of this tax. It's an avenue for corruption. And so, Madam Speaker, in any tax system, we know that multiple rates create gray areas, and those gray areas become burdensome on tax administration. So I simply say what I mean, a mean way of say, and then we could approve the bill.
Again, how does corruption arise in this bill? How does corruption arise in this bill? Senator Williams submitted to the Senate that the genesis is to allow the minister to give a different rate of tax to promote domestic tourism. And in the same breath, she's talking about corruption. Conferring a benefit on Belizeans is corruption. If it is that
I ask that we respect Standing Order 40, please.
If it is that the senator is incapable of understanding simple English, say so. If it is that she finds it ambiguous, say so. But don't go down in the gutter to allege corruption, man. It is not an avenue for corruption, Madam President and members of the Senate. The minister will have to act by making an order in the Gazette, which will be public for everybody, including Senator Williams, to see. Madam President, I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Hotel and Tourist Accommodation Act, Chapter 285 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for the minister to make regulations to adjust the rate of accommodation tax to encourage tourism among certain classes of persons and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Hotels and Tourist Accommodation Act, Chapter 285 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for the minister to make regulations to adjust the rate of accommodation tax to encourage tourism among certain classes of persons and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to move a second reading of a bill for an act to provide for remission of arrears of accommodation tax under the Hotels and Tourist Accommodation Act and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Again, Madam President, this is designed to give relief to the tourism sector that had suffered primarily under the COVID. It provides for an amnesty to be applied for a waiver to be applied for during the amnesty period. Clause 5 of the bill states specifically that the act shall come into force on the first day of October 2022 and shall remain in force for a period of 3 months, but which period may be extended. It is intended to be of short duration so that it can come to an end. An order pursuant to 1 will be subject to affirmative resolution. That is, it will once again be brought to the National Assembly.
I recognize Senator Janelle Chanono.
Thank you. Madam President, we just had a question from our sector on this. It's more an overarching comment in terms of, we interpreted this tax as a pass-through tax, that it would be collected from the guests and then passed over to the government of Belize. So the sector was just curious in terms of why select this tax for remission as opposed to maybe money spent on sargassum or money spent on other things. So I just asked for a little bit of context to why this particular tax, because that was one of the questions that came out of our consultations. Thank you.
I'm not going to object, but I am on principle going to say.
I recognize Senator Beverly Williams.
Blame Senator Courtney, Madam President. I apologize. Generally, the tax is a consumption tax, and it's collected from the consumer and then passed to government. So remission of the tax again is questionable. Again, my understanding was it was to attract the Airbnbs to come into the net to register so you provide a level playing field to the other hoteliers. If it is for a short period of time, but I see that it says it can be renewed, I am hoping that it is just to bring them in the net and then we can get everybody on a level playing field. So I won't say way or mean way or say. Right? Thank you, Madam President.
Again, I thank Senator Williams. That is the intention, to bring people in who have actually collected and not passed over because they are quote unquote Airbnb and say that they fall outside the net. They have to be brought in. They have been given an opportunity to come in and they will get a reduction in a very concentrated period of time. I answered the question before.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to provide for the remission of arrears of accommodation tax under the Hotels and Tourist Accommodation Act and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
The bill for an act to provide for the remission of arrears of accommodation tax under the Hotels and Tourist Accommodation Act and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the leader of government business.
Madam President, I rise to move a second reading of a bill for an act to establish the E-Governance and Digitalization Department and to provide for its powers, duties, and functions and to promote and regulate the provision of electronic government, e-government services to enhance service delivery, citizens' access, and the efficiency and effectiveness of government administrative procedures and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam President, colleagues, this bill is designed to establish a department for e-governance and e-governance services in order to modernize the services that government offers to the Belizean public, to the public at large, I should say, and to try to have it in legislation so that the e-governance department will have its established powers, its functions, its staff, and the powers managed by a director. Madam President, this is in keeping with our commitment to modernize service, to make it transparent, and to allow greater citizen access. I commend the bill to the Honorable Senate.
I recognize Senator Kevin Herrera.
Thank you, Madam President. Just briefly, I commend the government for bringing this bill to further digitize the services that government offers and to continue pursuing the whole e-governance initiative. There's one point I wanted to raise with respect to the bill, Madam President, and that's in Part 4, Section 13, creation of new administrative procedures. And I just thought that when I was going over that, there's perhaps room or an opportunity for us to perhaps review the financial orders that are so outdated when we're going through this process. I think those were done in 1965, and I think that, it's about time that those be brought to current, and this is something that we've been talking about for the last 15, 20 years. But it may be an opportunity for us to look at the financial orders as well as the store orders when we're doing this. And it may be very relevant to the digitization, the e-governance process that we're talking about. Thank you, Madam President.
Recognize Senator Janelle Chinona.
Thank you, Madam President. We also rise in support of this bill. The one thing we wanted to see if there was room for amendment. There are several areas of the draft that call out to information security and privacy, managed efficiently, etc. But we couldn't find, and perhaps it's just a matter of oversight, but we couldn't find any repercussions for violation of security confidentiality or data protection. I don't know if it's simply adding something to refer to other laws already in existence, but we certain generational concerns in terms of members who are going to have to get used to the whole online platform of just some type of repercussion for anyone that, whether intentionally or inadvertently, mishandles the information for security purposes, that some room be made there for stipulating what happens in those cases. Thank you.
Madam President, in relation to both comments by senators, the financial orders and the storage orders certainly require modernization. I'm not sure, Senator Herrera, that this is the appropriate bill which to do it. It should probably come under the Finance and Audit Reform Act, but we will certainly look at that. And Senator Chanona, there is no penalty provided as far as we can see in the legislation in this bill. Again, that is something which I'm not sure why the drafters did not provide for that, but it's something which we can take on board in the event it becomes a problem. But we will certainly take it back to Cabinet, the comment that you have made. Madam President, I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to establish the e-governance and digitalization department and provide for its powers, duties, and functions to promote and regulate the provision of electronic government, e-government services to enhance service delivery, citizens' access, and the efficiency and effectiveness of government administrative procedures, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to establish the e-governance and digitalization department and provide for its powers, duties, and function to promote and regulate the provisions of electronic government, e-government services to enhance service delivery, citizen access, the efficiency and effectiveness of government administrative procedures, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Committee of the Whole Senate on Motion and Bills.
Honorable members, in accordance with Standing Order 68A, the Senate will now resolve itself into the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee, a committee of the whole Senate, to consider the motion referred to it, and thereafter, in accordance with Standing Order 5-4, the Committee of the whole Senate to consider the bills that were read a second time. Honorable members, I will now take the chair as the chairperson of the Constitutional and Foreign Affairs Committee, and then as the chairperson of the Committee of the whole Senate. I ask the visitors to kindly clear the gallery.
Public business, government business, motion.
I recognize the leader of government business.
Madam President, the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee has met and considered the resolution recommending the appointment of a person to act as Auditor General, motion number 2022, and has agreed that it be returned back to the Senate for adoption. I therefore move that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is now, therefore be it resolved that this Honorable Senate recommends that Mrs. Dorothy Bradley be appointed to act as Auditor General for a period of 2 years with effect from the first day of September 2022. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Reporting and third reading of bills.
Madam President, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole Senate has considered the Belize International Services Limited Settlement Bill 2022, General Revenue Supplementary Appropriation Number 2, 2022-2023 Bill, General Revenue Supplementary Appropriation Number 3, 2022-2023 Bill, Trademark Amendment Bill 2022, Hotels and Tourist Accommodation Amendment Bill 2022, Accommodation Tax Remission of Arrears Bill 2022, and the Digital Government Bill 2022, and pass them all without amendment. Madam, I move that the bills be read a third time.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to facilitate the implementation of the terms of a deed of settlement between the government of Belize and Belize International Services Limited arising from debt owed by the government in satisfaction of the Belize International Services Limited claims and the Belize International Services Limited litigation costs, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, that a bill for an act to appropriate for the sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2023, which is the General Revenue Supplementary Appropriation Number 2, 2022/2023 Bill 2022, that an act to appropriate for the sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2023, which is the General Revenue Supplementary Appropriation Number 3, 2022-2023 Bill 2022, that the bill for an act to amend the Trademarks Act, Chapter 257 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to give effect to the protocol relating to the Madrid Agreement concerning the international registration of marks, the Madrid Protocol, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, that the bill for an act to amend the Hotel and Tourist Accommodation Act, Chapter 285 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for the minister to make regulations to adjust the rate of the accommodation tax, to encourage tourism among certain classes of persons, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, that the bill for an act to provide for the remission of arrears of accommodation tax under the Hotels and Tourist Accommodation Act, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, and the bill for an act to establish the e-governance and digitalization department and provide for its powers, duties, and functions to promote and regulate the provision of electronic government, e-government services, to enhance service delivery, citizens' access, and the efficiency and effectiveness of government administrative procedures, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to, all be read a third time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it.
The bill for an act to facilitate the implementation of the terms of a deed of settlement between the government and Belize International Service Limited arising from the debt owed by the government in satisfaction of the Belize International Service Limited claim and the Belize International Service Limited litigation costs, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2023. Appropriation number 2. Bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending 31st day of March 2023. Appropriation number 3. A bill for an act to amend the Trademarks Act, Chapter 257 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to give effect to the protocol relating to the Madrid Agreement concerning the international registration of marks, the Madrid Protocol, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. The bill for an act to amend the Hotels and Tourist Accommodation Act, Chapter 285 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for the minister to make regulation to adjust the rate of accommodation tax and to encourage tourism among certain class of persons, and to provide for matters connected therein or incidental thereto. The bill for an act to provide for the remission of arrears of accommodation tax under the Hotel and Tourist Accommodation Act, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. The bill for an act to establish the E-Governance and Digitalization Department and provides for its powers, duty, and functions, and to promote and regulate the provisions of electronic government, e-governance, service, to enhance service delivery, citizen access, and the efficiency and effectiveness of government administrative procedure, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that the Senate do now adjourn.
Honorable members, the question is that the Senate do now adjourn. All those in favor kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it. The Senate now stands adjourned.